Hey guys, tonight we're steeping ourselves in a quiet evening, brewing spiced wine in a German Hof. Picture this: dusk settles over timber-framed walls, amber light stretching like lazy cats across ivy. You'd probably shiver straight out of your socks without a roaring hearth, just saying. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time below. I want to know who's drifting through this evening with me. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stand at the edge of a courtyard, half-timbered buildings, leaning close, their beams dark with centuries of wood smoke. The last rays of sun bleed through oak branches, casting tiger stripes on cobblestones worn smooth by generations. You breathe in pine resin sharp as a knife. Underneath it, the earthy sigh of damp soil. Blue shadows pool where the forest meets the Hof's stone boundary. A single bat flickers overhead, stitching night into day. In medieval times, spices like cinnamon traveled further than most explorers, hauled from Ceylon to icy Baltic ports. Merchants priced pepper by the grain. A sack could buy a vineyard. Funny how things change. Now you find cardamom pods at any corner store. The air here carries that old world weight, heavy with the promise of warmth. Your fingers flex, already imagining rough clay handles, hot liquid weight. You glance toward the hearth, its arched mouth dark waiting. Iron tools hang beside it, blackened pokers and tongs, silent as relics in a tomb. A stack of split oak rests nearby, each log's bark silvered by lichen. You half expect a gnome to scamper out, adjusting a tiny forge apron, grumbling about damp kindling. Folklore claims hearth spirits curse those who let fires die, bringing 9 winters of misfortune. No pressure right. A chill shivers up your spine, part twilight, part anticipation. You pull your collar tight, wool scratchy against your neck. Somewhere beyond the Hof, a stream mutters over rocks, its voice rising as day retreats. Your boots crunch gravel, an intentional noise, to scare off any lingering dust creatures. In the black forest, folk once nailed owl wings to barn doors, warding off night's unseen riders. Historians still argue whether that was superstition or just really bad pest control. You pause beneath an old linden tree, its trunk wide as a castle pillar. Moonlight seeps through bare branches, painting your hands bone white. The tree whispers, leaves trembling, though there's no wind. Breathing deep, you catch wood smoke now. Someone's evening fire started early. That scent tugs memories, childhood bonfires, charred marshmallows, stiff fingers wrapped around tin mugs. A horse whickers softly from a stable downslope, its breath pluming in the cooling air. You spy lantern light bobbing near the stalls, a stable hand finishing chores. His boots kick up puffs of hay dust, each step crunching frost already forming. He doesn't glance your way, lost in the rhythm of lat checks and water trough refills. You become ghost-like, observing unobserved. Your pocket yields a single cinnamon stick brought from home, its bark coiled tight as a secret. You snap it, a sharp crack, releasing sweetness into the gloom. This spice sailed here centuries ago, stuffed in creaking ships, traded for Baltic amber. Tonight, it'll swim in wine, unspooling flavor like a red gold thread. Funny how history simmers in a cup. The Hoff's main door creaks, iron hinges protesting like cranky elders. Inside, the air is denser, smelling of yeast and cured pork hanging from rafters. Wooden tables scarred by tankards and knife nicks line the walls. A massive hearth dominates the far end, its soot-stained mantle carved with grapes and wheat sheaves. 3 copper pots dangle above cold ashes, waiting. You choose the middle pot, thick-walled, its surface dimpled by decades of scrubbing. Your palms cradle its belly, metal icy, despite the day's residual warmth. Rubbing fingertips over tarnished curves, you imagine generations of vintners, their fingerprints worn smooth by time. Someone, maybe in 1643, prepared wassail here, warding off apple tree blight with song and spice. Dust motes swirl in slanted light from high windows. You drag a stool closer, its legs scraping flagstones, the sound too loud in the waiting quiet. Outside, an owl hoots 3 low notes, a reminder night has claws and teeth. But here, in this stone cocoon, you're safe as a nut in a squirrel's cache. You grin, spooky stories dissolve under ceiling beams thicker than your doubts. From a shelf, you fetch a jug of wine, its glass green as forest shade. The cork resists, then surrenders with a soft gasp. That first whiff hits dark cherries, vanilla, tannins sharp as wolf teeth. Pouring feels ceremonial, liquid glugging, like a contented stream. Burgundy folds over itself in the pot, a fabric you'll soon dye with spices. You glance at the hearth, calculating. Embers from this afternoon's baking might linger buried under gray ash. Kneeling, you grab the iron bellows, their leather lungs brittle but functional. 3 squeezes, and a faint glow kindles, red eyes peering from sleep. Kindling catches fast, dry pine snapping like distant firecrackers. Flames rise, licking copper, their light dancing on your knuckles. Heat rolls out, pushing back the shadows huddled near the walls. You shift, feeling the fire's approval, its orange tongue flickering toward the wine. Steam will come soon, spiced fog, to conjure ancestors. If you listen close, might you hear their murmurs, tasting autumn through your brew. The owl cries again, closer now, as if curious. Your skin prickles warmer where flames caress it. Wood smoke twines with wine scent, a perfume no merchant could bottle. Clockless moments pass, just the hearth's crackle, your steady breath, the Hoff holding its own. Stars prick through windows, pinpoints marking time. You'll measure the brew's readiness by their slow wheel across the sky. By the threshold, a fat toad hops, startled by your movement. It pauses, throat pulsing, before vanishing into night. Old tales claim such creatures guard cellar doors, warding off vinegar-spoiling demons. You make a mental note. Drop a wine-soaked raisin outside later, a peace offering. Everyone deserves a treat, even demon-repelling amphibians. Firelight paints the wine's surface, liquid obsidian with ruby glints. Perfect, no bubbles yet, just silent warming. This patience feels foreign, counter to your world of instant taps and microwaves. Yet here, your racing thoughts still, like leaves settling in still water. Maybe our ancestors had it right, slowing time with spice and hearth smoke. Your boot nudges a loose brick, its edge worn to a curve from centuries of scrubbing. Below it, a few coins glint modern euros, alongside blackened 18th century pfennigs. People hide luck under floors here, quiet prayers pressed into stone. You pocket nothing, leave them be, let their silent wishes ferment. Autumn nights are made for gentler rituals, for boiling wine, while worlds turn unseen above. Your fingers curl around a copper pot's handle, frosted metal biting into your palm. That tang of old pennies fills the air, a smell Heinrich Ranso would recognize. That 16th century German lord wrote entire books praising copper's virtues, while his peasants cooked in lead. Smart move. Lead poisoning makes terrible company during lute concerts. You drag the pot to the hearthstone, its base scraping like a stubborn goat. Glass jars huddle nearby, sentinels guarding cinnamon sticks and clove buds. One jar holds star anise, each pod a tiny wooden octopus. Historians still argue whether monks smuggled these from China or just stole the recipe during a really dull crusade. You unscrew the cinnamon first, its bark curled like medieval love letters. The scent hits honeyed fire, a warmth that fools your bones into forgetting winter. Fun fact, people once thought cinnamon grew in phoenix nests. Explains why your grandmother hid hers like treasure. Cloves clatter as you tilt their jar, little brown nails from some spice tree carpenter. 3 fall into your palm. Always 3. Your Oma insisted it balanced the soul's humors. She also believed butter cured nightmares, so maybe take that advice with the wine. Cardamom pods follow, green and wrinkled as a philosopher's fingers. You crush them lightly, releasing fumes that mix mint with distant campfires. They say Cleopatra perfumed her sails with this stuff, which explains why Mark Antony crashed his ships chasing her. Your thumb rubs a juniper berry, blue-gray dust pooling in your lifeline. Road workers in old Dresden ate these for strength, a healthier option than the mercury-laced wine their bosses drank. The things we swallow for tradition. Now the orange peel, sun-dried strips coiled like sleeping snakes. Citrus oils sting your eyes, the ghost of southern groves trapped in rind. You'll add these last, their brightness cutting through the wine's dark gravity. The hearth crackles, a gentle reminder fire waits for no brewer. Copper glows dull red where flames lick its belly. You arrange your spice arsenal, soldiers lined up before battle. Equal parts alchemy, superstition, science. A moth bangs against the window, drawn by your candle's flicker. Not tonight, friend, you whisper, lowering the wick. This party needs fewer wings in the wine. Its silhouette retreats, joining shadows dancing on the Hoff's timbered walls. Your ladle clangs against the pot, a lone bell calling ingredients to prayer. Steam begins rising patient, as if rehearsing its role in the ritual. Only stars will witness the first pour, heralding winter's oldest pact between fruit and flame. The wine bottle emerges from its straw nest, smooth glass slick with cellar damp. Your thumb finds the cork's edge, crumbled slightly from decades pressed downward. Roman tavern keepers pioneered cork seals, brilliant souls tired of serving vinegar disguised as wine, though honestly, some of their blends probably deserved a good spoiling. Twist, press, twist again. A wet pop, like a frog leaping into pond mud. The sound alone loosens your shoulders, your lungs sinking with the bottle's relieved exhale. Fun fact, 19th century con men sold ventilated corks, drilled with air holes. Customers got cheaper wine that breathed and also went stale by Tuesday. Aromas rush up, black cherries rolled in forest loam, leather-bound books left in cedar chests. You hold the bottle neck under your nose, warmer now from your grip. Historians still argue whether ancient vintners added resin to preserve their wine, or just loved the taste of tree blood. Your nostrils flare, detecting none of that piney arrogance here. Tilting the bottle pours a thick ribbon garnet liquid catching firelight in its fall. Surface tension grips the stream, creating a tiny arch before yielding to gravity's pull. The first splash echoes deep as a cathedral bell tolling inside a well. Copper reflects the wine's slow swirl metal and liquid waltzing beneath rising steam. Burgundian monks called this the bleed, believing young wine died briefly while blending with spices. Bit dramatic, but then again, they wrote hymns about grape stomping. The pot accepts each pour, its curved sides channeling ruby currents downward. You count mentally, one whisper for every glug-glug air gulp the bottle makes. 7 kisses of air, 7 shudders of liquid, until the bottle empties. Your Oma swore uneven numbers pleased the household spirits. Given her habit of leaving schnapps for them, they were likely drunk anyway. Legs cling to the glass, thick slow tears sliding toward the punt. This vintage clung to its Riesling grapes longer, basking in October's last golden weeks. Records show King Charlemagne's vineyards thrived here, his royal palate demanding the Moselle's finest. Or maybe he just enjoyed bossing monks around during harvest. You almost swirl the empty bottle, a muscle memory from cheaper nights, longing for sophistication. Instead, your fingers trace the punt's dimple, pushing through dust to feel its intentional flaw. Glass blurs leave that dent, legend says, to confuse lesser wines about their quality. Setting the bottle aside, you watch color bloom in the warming pot. At first, just a murky darkness, like a wet crow's wing. Then the heat coaxes out hidden rubies, glints of violet at the edges. Temperatures matter, your granduncle warned. Never boil, never rush. Franconian vintners still sing laments about that British king who boiled his wine until it vaporized. He deserved his dry castle. Bubbles form shyly, pearl strands along the pot's copper spine. They retreat when you lift the ladle, afraid to commit to existence. Steam thickens, carrying fermented whispers of apple orchards and limestone caves. 17 Apricot Lane, the bottle's label said, though the lane itself washed away in the 62 floods. Ghost streets make the best vineyards. Your wooden spoon dips, stirs the wine, lapping against its handle. Already the spices seem alert, curling toward the liquid's warmth. They'll bide their time, crushed cardamom pods trading theories with the dormant cinnamon. Even cloves forget their sharpness when submerged in velvet twilight. A draft snakes through the Hoff, making candlelight shiver across the hearth. The wine's surface wrinkles, a fleeting frown before smoothing again. Your reflection appears fractured for a blink in the glimmering red. Come spring, they'll open the monastery cellar where this vintage aged. Town gossip insists the monks hid jewels inside empty casks. Experts found only petrified raisins and one very confused owl. The ladle drifts, untethered tip grazing copper as you step back. Let it breathe. Let it gather itself. Flavors you added while waking still rub sleep from their eyes. Outside, the first stars press against indigo velvet. Orion's hunting dogs seem to sniff toward your window, muzzles tilted, nostrils flaring. Shouldn't be surprised. Medieval dogs reportedly got drunk, stealing mulled wine from unattended mugs. Your Opa's schnauzer once ate 6 rum balls, then held Wagner at the moon all night. Clear glass would reveal how yeast still drifts in the liquid, microscopic sleepers nudged by heat. But tonight, the wine spins dreams only it can see. Divine intervention, or just lazy fermentation. You raise the ladle toward the rafters, a silent offering. Whatever gods are listening, they've developed quite the sweet tooth this millennium. Shadows stretch longer now, blending burgundy and fire gold into purple ink along the walls. The Hoff's oak beams creak overhead, releasing woody sighs into the spice-thick air. 38 joints hold up this roof, each peg hand-cut during the 30 Years' War. War or peace, Germans never skimped on carpentry or wine storage. Bubbles grow braver now, Saccharomyces soldiers marching toward flavor's frontline. The spoon handle warms in your palm, a wooden tongue tasting shifts in viscosity. Stirring counterclockwise feels right, honoring some half-remembered lesson about magnetic fields. Or maybe your wrists just hate symmetry. The moth returns, trapping itself briefly in a cobweb near the chimney. Not bright enough for your gang, am I? You murmur, tapping the ladle against the pot's rim. Its wings buzz a protest before vanishing into ash-gray darkness. Soon, the spices will dive, submerge, transform. Soon, caramel notes will arm wrestle tartness in your throat. For now, thin vapor ribbons rise, twirling like ballerinas above simmering velvet. Your grandmother called this the veil, a linen cloth between raw and ready, though she once mistook actual linens for cream and boiled your grandpa's undershirts with the figs. Family legend claims his socks never felt softer. Warmth crawls up your arm, embracing the elbow they never write poems about. The wine deepens, opening hidden casks of memory, each swirl releasing another locked door. You stare deeper, searching for visions, but catch only firelight's ruddy dance. Downstairs, the old clock chimes 8 brass syllables into silence. Each strike ripples the wine's meniscus, briefly ruining its composure. Channel your inner vineyard cat, wait, watch, and never admit impatience. Meditation masters could study this brew's slow unfurling. Student fees payable in cinnamon sticks, a resinous pop from the hearth sends sparks swirling upward. Twin embers land in the pot, snuffed, immediately becoming spice-black curiosities for future sips. History claims Emperor Charles V found a mouse in his stein and drank anyway. You're not there yet, but the night remains young, and the wine still deepens. Your wrist tires, abandoning the spoon to float untethered. Currents carry it gently toward the pot's eastern shore. Something about this surrender feels sacred, like trusting bread to rise or nightingales to sing. The Hoff breathes with you now, rafters sighing, wine murmuring, spice-drowned stars twinkling beyond frosted windows. Deep in the liquid's core, grapes remember sunlight. Kindling snaps, sharp as a walnut underfoot, and blooms gold in the hearth's black mouth. You lean closer, palms drinking the heat, the air crisp between your knuckles. Romans invented the hypocaust, those fancy floor heaters, but give you a crackling fire any day. Less chance of accidentally slow roasting your sandal-clad toes. Flames curl upward, licking the kettle's soot-stained belly like cats begging for cream. Their reflection shivers in the wine, liquid embers swirling beneath the surface. Legend says Bavarian brewers once sued a blacksmith for stealing their hearth's laughter, meaning the fire's unique crackle. The judge ruled sparks can't be copyrighted, though he fined the smith 2 barrels of wheat ale just for fun. You push another birch log into the nest, bark peeling like parchment in the heat. Smoke spirals twist blue at the edges before dissolving into the chimney's shadowy throat. Historians still argue whether colonists drank mulled wine hot or just warm enough to kill bacteria without boiling off the alcohol. Your gut says they prioritized warmth over survival tips. The coppery tang of heating metal blends with wine's deepening aroma, a scent halfway between cathedral incense and cherry pie. Flames warp the air above the pot, warping your view of the rafters. Those hand-hewn beams survived the 1806 village fire, proving oak prefers charring over collapse. Applause feels appropriate, so you clink the ladle against the pot's rim. A single bright note rings out. Firelight paints tiger stripes on your sleeves, amber on wool black between the threads. Wool was medieval armor against drafts, even if it smelled like wet sheep in rain. You sniff your cuff, comforted by the absence of barnyard funk. Bubbles begin clustering, tiny satellites orbiting the pot's hottest zone. They wobble, merge, then burst with a sound like raindrops hitting moss. Your grandmother swore each bubble carried a prayer for the coming year. She popped 100 each batch to ward off sour harvests and sourer husbands. A spark escapes the grate, a comet extinguished midair by its own ambition. It arcs toward the wine dyes and leaves phantom, static on your eyelashes. Reichenbach monks wrote of holy sparks appearing when prayer steam met hearth heat. Their abbey burned down mysteriously 6 months later. Heat prickles your cheeks, the kind that makes cold rooms feel Antarctic when you turn away. You rotate, letting the fire toast your back, watching moonlight frost the Hof's courtyard stones. Chemists claim 2/3 of fire's warmth escapes up the chimney, but your spine feels 80% gratitude. The wine's surface darkens, a blood moon eclipse contained in copper. Escaping steam writes cryptic letters in the air, unreadable before they vanish. Hellenic wine warmers used heated river stones, dropping them straight into ceramic jugs. Convenient, unless your stone was actually a disgruntled river turtle. Imagine the tasting notes on that vintage. Your ladle stirs idle counterclockwise spirals, ember light winking on its polished curve. Tradition says this direction honors Freyja, Norse goddess of love and spilled beverages. She probably preferred mead, but a deity's thirst stays flexible. Faint sizzles rise, trapped air fleeing the wine, each bubble a damp sigh. A log collapses in the hearth, spilling embers like a brooch snapping open. 17th century tinderboxes often held wine-soaked rags, doubling as emergency rations. Shadows stretch, merge, become shapeless creatures racing up plaster walls. Your own shadow lifts the ladle, twin gestures mirrored in hearthlight theater. The Black Forest folks claim shadow puppets predict the harvest. Year of the rabbit. Good hops, hair. Better drink fast before drought hits. Fingers flex stiff from gripping the spoon before surrendering it to the pot's edge. Let the steam do the work now. Let convection currents weave spice into liquid. Emperor Frederick II tested servant loyalty by leaving mulled wine unattended. Servants drank it. He hired smarter servants. Flames whisper now, a low, raspy chorus beneath the simmer's soft hiss. You count heartbeats between log cracks, 3, 5, 9, until the next woody pop scatters the rhythm. An old wives' tale claims uneven gaps mean bears will raid the pantry. Your pantry holds honey and nostalgia. Bring it on Brewing. Moths orbit the kettle drawn by heat or madness or misplaced affection. One zips too close, wings singed before spiraling into darkness. Entomologist Hans Widener once wrote that moths confuse hearth smoke with pheromones. His lab notes supposedly smelled like barbecued wing dust. You tease a cinnamon stick from the jar, holding it over steam until scent oils awaken. Bark unfurls its inner scroll, eager to join the brew. Papyrus burns faster, but makes worse tea. The first spice cloud blooms, cinnamon's sweet musk braiding with wine's tannic edge. Steam dampens your wrist, tiny droplets glittering in firelight. Tudor England taxed spices by the handful, forcing commoners to brew with weeds and resentment. Tonight, abundance feels like rebellion. Your knees protest as you crouch, hearth warmth now lapping at your chin. Gold light stains your vision, painting everything in midsummer hues despite winter's bite outside. Frankish kings wintered in unheated halls, downing spiced wine until tapestries seemed to move. History calls this diplomacy. Kettle songs begin metal humming as liquid thickens, a duet with crackling logs. This partnership outlasted empires, fire, and metal flirting shamelessly since the Bronze Age. Get a room, preferably one with a chimney. Reflections dance, fire inside copper, wine inside flame, an infinite loop of warmth. You could fall into this scene, drown in it, and skeletons would find your smile centuries later, still pressed into place. Too morbid. Sip coming up. The ladle dips, brings liquid starlight to your lips, heat blooming before taste even registers. Smoke and cherries flood your mouth, sunshine trapped in grape skin 13 months ago. Your arteries hum, no hymns today, just a low, approving sigh fogging the pot's rim. Somewhere, a monk's ghost nods, then sulks, because you skipped the Gregorian chant. Evening gentles, fire settling into embered philosophy, wine softening into velvet treason. Tomorrow it scolds, you'll need more firewood. Tonight, just watch its light chase itself across the ceiling. Flames shrink content now to murmur, having turned raw grapes into liquid December. Their light retreats, drawing shadows back toward the grate like tangled yarn. Deep in the hearth's belly, a knot of pine resin weeps gold, sweet, slow, eternal, as sunlight stored in tree blood. Wood smoke clings to wool, to hair, to the damp edges of breath. You uncurl the scroll of cinnamon, your thumbnails splitting pale inner bark from rough outer armor. Silk Road merchants carried these quills in lead-lined boxes, guarded like generals' battle plans. Trade winds blew, but never learned the recipe. The stick hovers, a dark comma above bubbling garnet. Dropping, it feels ceremonial, a tiny offering to the flames below. Steam rises thick with caramel and wood sap, filling corners ghosts usually claim. Some Victorian pharmacists sold cinnamon tablets as love potions. Worked better than chat-up lines, worse than actual charm. Cinnamon spins lazy orbits, the current carrying it away, then back like a drunk comet. Its edges soften, beginning to peel, revealing secret layers trapped for years. Historians still argue whether crusaders stole cinnamon or just paid inflated prices to feel less guilty. Greed wears many chainmail shirts, You inhale deep, letting sweetness coat your throat. Memory flickers, childhood markets, pockets sticky with stolen pastry, breath frosting air as you ran. The scent rewrites rooms, dissolves years, builds temporary bridges to places only exist in November light. A splinter of bark catches your sleeve, defiant, refusing to join the brew. Leave it be. Even spices deserve their rebellions, silent, stubborn brief. The aroma shifts, sharpening, as cinnamon surrenders to heat, unspooling its inner musk. Tudor bakers called this honeyed treason luxury smuggled into common bread. Execution rates remained oddly unchanged. Stirring feels reckless now, agitating what should blend slowly, willingly. Your spoon pauses, letting steam carry spice downward, like snowfall into soil. Medieval cooks believed cinnamon sank to avoid clumsy human hands. Spices have trust issues, very relatable. Fire pops, a neat, crisp sound, as if approving the addition. Embers glow hotter, amber pupils watching the pot. Certain monks wrote of visions brought by inhaling cinnamon steam. Church elders confiscated their spice racks, just to be safe. Your wrist aches, the spoon heavy, too much stirring. The ladle rests, its silver neck hooked over the pot. Metallurgy peaked the day someone forged the first booze stirrer. Flames mimic the syrup's swirl coppery, tongues twisting mirror image spirals. Heat climbs your forearm, a rising blush, as cinnamon blooms fully into the brew. Enzymes do the work now, unseen patient chemical whispers in dark liquid. One tiny piece detaches, a cinnamon wishbone floating like a rudderless raft. Make a wish, but keep it kitchen small, a perfect loaf, no burned towels, mice skipping your pantry. The drink darkens, plum shadows spreading beneath its shimmering surface. It's richer now, more velvet than satin, more forest than orchard. Romans diluted wine with seawater for complexity, risked dysentery for bold flavors, true dedication, or stupidity disguised as art. Your knuckles brush the kettle too quick, heat fleeting, then gone. You tap fingertips to earlobe, cooling skin against your pulse point. Safety tip for the ages. Metal stays hot longer than regret. A bubble bursts, scent spiking, hitting your nose like a warm hammer. Your eyelids sag, half closed, letting cinnamon paint pictures on the dark canvas behind them. Snowbound villages, caravan bells muffled in dunes, shadow play on spice warehouse walls. Gently, you scrape the pot's side, dislodging a cinnamon skin clinging near escape. It swirls, dissolves, joining the collective murmur below. Some things resist, then yield, then become inseparable from the whole, stubbornness softening into unity. The hearth exhales, wood settling, lowering the flame's ambition to embered glow. Stillness grows, the cinnamon's work internal, now no spectacle, only slow transformation. You miss the drama, but applaud its subtlety with another sip. Warmth spreads downward, outward, like ink dropped in milk. Knees unlock, shoulders slump, the Hoff's weight lifting, as wine works its oldest magic. Caffeine's overrated. This is how civilizations unwind. Outside, wind scrapes branches across the roof, an impatient guest demanding entry. Inside, cinnamon answers wordlessly, sweetening the air, until even drafts taste like hearth gifts. A log surrenders, collapsing into glowing ruins, his final breath sweet with spice, which poet wrote ashes to ashes, dust to cinnamon dust, probably someone who burnt dessert. Your reflection warps in the pot, laugh lines, deepened a smudge of soot on your chin. The mirror lies less when candlelit, and kinder when wine steamed. Hours pass, minutes, seconds. Who measures time in bubbles rising, bursting, reborn? Your grandmother's ghost would nod, whispering, just colder, whether knowing its worth against your windows. The cinnamon stick floats now pale, spent its essence stolen by heat and pressure. Still, the scent remains a golden thread, stitching memory to this moment. Snow to flame, dusk to something deeper. Moonlight slips through shutters, slicing the steam into silver ribbons. Amber ghosts, fading ink. Lean into it, this quiet alchemy, where bark becomes breath, water becomes warmth, and waiting becomes its own fragrant reward. 3 specks rest in your palm, cloves, tiny brown stars plucked from some ancient spice constellation. Their stems prick skin with dormant hunger, each bud a closed eye waiting to blink open in heat. Backstory first. These dried flower buds once filled emperor's treasuries, worth more than a soldier's yearly wage per pound. Literal fortune clenched in your fist right now, don't sneeze. You lift one, pinching the stem's puckered crown, its roughness like an antique thimble. Inhale sharp, the scent stabs camphor and peppermint with a kick, like winter slapping summer awake. Chinese courtiers tucked cloves beneath tongues before imperial meetings. No bad breath, no bad heads if you catch the dynasty drift. Drop them in. 1, 2, 3, watch small dark asteroids breach the wine's surface. They sink slow, trailing threads of oil copper ribbons, staining burgundy liquid deeper. A sacred number 3 for reasons lost to spice ledger margins. Maybe stability, maybe whimsy, maybe medieval chefs could only count that high. Cloves bite fast, their medicinal edge piercing the cinnamon's honeyed fog. The brew takes on new shadows, darker corners, depth beyond comfort. Your nose wrinkles automatic before adjusting to spice's second wave. 19th century sailors sucked cloves during amputations. Distraction tactic mouth, full of fire, helps ignore saw-chewing bone. Winter floods the room, sudden harsh, a gust of phantom Siberian wind. Steam curdles, then smooths, absorbing the shock, blending extremes like weather diplomats. Workers harvesting cloves coated themselves in coconut oil centuries ago, prevented burns from volatile oils, the original hazard pay. 1 clove bobs, persistent, refusing to drown just yet. It floats near the pot's edge, a tenacious little buoy claiming territory. Historically, this happened. Whole wars, pivoted on spice islands smaller than your thumb. A hiss escapes the kettle liquid recoiling from clove heat, spice oils, fighting wine tannins. Stir gentle now, or risk releasing bitterness. Cloves turn tyrant when provoked. They ruled European medicine cabinets for centuries, good for toothaches, pregnancy, badger bites, universal cure-alls, because one unproven idea deserves dozens more. Your ladle catches firelight gleaming as bubbles cluster around the cloves, tiny worshippers circling shrines. This feels religious. Or maybe that's just fermentation fumes talking. Historians still argue whether medieval cooks used cloves to mask spoiled meat or proudly celebrated their pungency. Follow the money, follow the weak stomachs, warmth shifts, spice climbing your throat, pressing behind sinuses, clearing the last pine smoke remnants. It's bracing like dunking your face in snowmelt, then getting towel slapped with a heated blanket. Elizabeth, I demanded clove-studded oranges in her chambers. Air freshener meets antibacterials, monarchy's bougie 2-for-1 deal. Cough once, sharp cloves ambushed your lungs, demanding attention, reminding you who dominates here. They carry no apologies, just stamina, centuries worth, aged into tiny brown fists. Persian traders spun wild tales, claiming cloves grew only in valleys guarded by winged snakes. Gullible Europeans paid extra for the story tax. The 3 cloves surrender, finally sinking deeper, nestling near the pot's base, half hidden by rising bubbles. Their essence now threaded through the wine, sharp petals unfolding in liquid. Dutch merchants once burned clove stalks to inflate prices. Greed's oldest spiel burned today, profit tomorrow, if stomachs hold out. Taste it, careful, tongue touching steaming spoon, flavor bursting like frost cracks on a pond. Sweet and brutal cinnamons murmur drowned out by cloves' bass roar. Your jaw tingles, nerve endings humming, a choir of tiny electric shocks. 1 clove sticks to the pot's side, clinging, leaving an oily shadow where it touched copper. Scrape it back down, no spice left behind, no flavor abandoned mid-journey. Monks wore clove necklaces to repel plague, because faith needs olfactory backup singers. Breathe out, eyes watering. Cloves hijack moisture, turn every exhale into spiced fog visible in the cooling air. Windows frost faster now, heat fleeing. Cloves prefer their world biting, chilled, sharp as their own edges. Aged wine mellows, time softening tannins. But cloves refuse complacency, perfecting their dagger profile over centuries. They challenge the sweetness, call cinnamon's bluff, remind your tongue who controls this dance. Maritime law was basically invented to stop captains from eating clove cargoes. True story, probably, maybe, legends stick like oil stains. Your knuckle brushes a stray clove, clinging to the ladle, heat softened edges crumbling. Spent fury, flick it back in. Respect the effort, honor the bite. Let nothing go to waste. Embers sigh beneath the pot, approving, flames flexing orange joints, stretching higher to inhale clove fumes. Fires had worse roommates, damp socks, moldy bread. This ranks high, maybe luxurious by comparison. Steam twists, new patterns emerging, spirals tightening smokestacks above an unseen spice metropolis. You squint, almost seeing it. Clove warehouses, cinnamon docks, cardamom market squares, all in your 10-liter pot. Taste again, wiser now, letting clove heat linger, cheeks flushing, forehead damp, a silent medicinal duel in your capillaries. Cloves won, obviously, but cinnamon's retreat leaves pleasant bruises, like good therapy, painful but necessary. Outside, snow creaks under some night creature's paws, crisp, clove-sharp sound carrying through frozen air. Inside, the brew simmers, balanced harmony restored after spice's necessary quarrel. Cardboard clove jars, promised romance, health, eternal warmth, mostly delivered degree tongue burns, still points for ambition, or false advertising with a historical wink. One final stir, cloves spent their essence dissolved, mission complete. Smell the difference. Winter's snapped spine, a clear, clean slash through residual sweetness. The hearth crackles, timber shifting, a log crumbling inward, sparks fleeing, embers applauding, orange hands clapping. Keep the rhythm, another sip, another nod, silent thanks to tiny spiced dictators who mastered taste millennia before your kettle boiled. Steam halos your head, clove oil kissing your hairline, a crown of invisible spice, weightless, powerful, brief. Tomorrow's shower will smell like a medieval apothecary, slight regret. But tonight, this messy glory absolves all future shampoo fails. Gaze drifts to the window, black glass, reflecting the room, your silhouette framed by copper pots, clove-scented steam, and the quiet triumph of surviving another spice, uprising. Not bad for Tuesday or Wednesday. Time blurs when dominant flavors seize control. 3 cloves, 3 wishes, 3 wars, 3 centuries of trade winds carrying seeds to end here in your pot under snow-heavy German eaves. The wine sighs, ready balanced, as cloves sink into ember-lit obscurity. Their sharpness, now memory, rhythm, and heat. Your fingers find the cardamom next, plump green pods like miniature alien eggs nestled in their tin. Roll one between thumb and forefinger, its papery husk rustling, promising secret chambers within. 5th century Egyptian, kings stuffed tombs with cardamom, believing its scent pleased jackal-headed gods. You can still smell those funerary offerings, minus the mummy mildew, in modern spice markets. Crack a pod nails, digging into the seam, until it pops, revealing sticky black seeds cling inside. Here's the surprise. The green shells taste like eucalyptus, but the seeds, smoky, warm a campfire, hidden in pine needles. Crush 3 pods in the mortar, gentle, no need to pulverize, just coax oils awake. Mortar and pestle were ancient tinder, first dates between spices and human teeth. The pestle grinds slow circles, releasing cardamom's double whisper, minty top notes. Then deep embers under ash richness. Breathe deep this addictive aroma once got Viking traders exiled for hoarding. True story or drunken scalds, exaggerating, hard to fact-check through mead fumes. Seeds skitter attempting escape, but you corral them, pressing harder until the scent blooms fully. Steam from the wine pot curls toward you, drawn by cardamom's siren call. Historians still argue whether cardamom fueled Cleopatra's legendary seductions or just freshened her breath between snake negotiations. Follow the vanity, follow the spice roots. Sprinkle the crushed treasure into the wine, black flecks swirling, vanishing like tadpoles in dark water. Instantly, the brew shifts, citrus from orange peel tangoing with cardamom's herbal growl. 9th century monks chewed cardamom during prayers, their holiest loophole for enjoying earthly pleasure. Stir clockwise, widdershins, figure eights, whatever keeps the pods submerged. One seed clings to the ladle rebel, so you flick it back into the fray. Indian royals sent poisoned dishes to rivals, but cardamom-laced ones meant love letters. Clear boundaries, helpful if you ignore the occasional intestinal chaos. Inhale near the pot, air, now layered, cinnamon's sweetness, cut by cloves, now cradled by cardamom's complexity. It's symphonic if orchestras smelled like a forest after rain, or a bakery in Bombay at dawn. Tudor bakers snuck cardamom into communion bread, got busted when parishioners craved seconds. Your wrist aches, mortarwork reminding you these pods don't surrender easy. The pestle rolls again, grinding remnants into ghostly dust. Cardamom oil once greased siege engines, better than pig fat, and smelled nicer burning. Taste the steam, tongue tingling, where cinnamon and cloves wrestle, cardamom referees, declaring no winners, only intrigued palates. Scandinavians still debate, is cardamom bread sacred, or just an excuse to eat cake for breakfast? Pluck a fresh pod, hold it to the firelight, its veins glow, revealing pathways where flavor brewed for months. Certain Himalayan tribes believed cardamom pods held trapped thunder, crushing them, summoned storms. Try that during harvest, watch granaries go airborne. Another spoonful, deeper this time, the wine's heat unfolding cardamom's secrets in slow aromatic waves. Warmth spreads lower now, belly, hips, toes curling in wool socks. Chew a seed raw if you dare, it's like licking a cedar plank set ablaze, then doused with lemon zest. Look closer, the wine's surface shimmers, no longer flat garnet, but alive, dappled, hiding mysteries beneath. Medicinal scrolls claim cardamom cures hiccups, addiction, and excessively moist brain. Symptoms unclear, but treatment delicious. Sign me up. Outside, the Hoff's linden tree scrapes frozen branches against the roof, a scratchy counterpoint to the fire's purr. Inside, the cardamom works, its oils slipping between wine molecules like diplomatic spies. Fatigue taps your shoulder, mortar's weight suddenly leaden. But this scent holds you upright. Dutch colonists planted cardamom in Java, then then forgot to water, blamed the sun, typical. Stir again, memories surface. Sticky Bombay, summers, your aunt stirring chai, cardamom dancing with ginger, and black tea. She called it anger management. In a pot, science agrees, sort of. Embers flare, highlighting a seed, clinging to the pot's rim, balancing between steam and escape. Leave it. Let it ride the heat. Watch it brown crisp, then vanish into the depths. Parisian perfumers once chased cardamom's scent, gave up, called it unchainable, built a cathedral to vanilla instead. Ladle drips, accidental, onto the hearthstone, sizzles, leaves a sticky star that'll haunt tomorrow's scrubbing. Ottoman coffee, houses banned cardamom, too aphrodisiac, unless you tipped the barista extra. Breathe the cardamom's musk, now saturates the room, clingier than a jealous ex, but pleasant, invited. Your sweater sleeve reeks of it, tomorrow's problem, tonight's trophy. One pod left in the tin, roll it, listen. It rattles dry, spent echoing 1,000 miles from Kerala's misty hills. Workers harvest before dawn, fingers nimble, plucking pods, still dewy, the only morning alarm worth craving. Crush it, this one's tougher, crackles like insect wings, releasing a final peppery sigh. Toss it in no half measures, spice goes all in, or sulks in mediocrity. Cardamom's steam halos your face, clearing sinuses better than any pharmacy nasal spray. Bonus, tastes better. Archaeologists found cardamom in Pharaoh's nostrils, true, but less glamorous than gold tombs, way more relatable. The wine gurgles, thickening. Cardamom's work nearly done, its essence dissolved, ghosts left to haunt the fragrance. Sip gingerly, the flavor blooms earthier than cinnamon, less warlike than cloves, like autumn distilled into a liquid shrug. Pace the room, restless circles around the hearth, waiting for the alchemy to finish. Cardamom oil once preserved Pharaoh's hearts, symbolic, since no spice could fix their actual ethics. Finally tasted properly, lips to ladle heat, then velvet, then cardamom's slow spread, a gentle conqueror claiming your throat. Quiet settles, steam thins, windows fogged completely now, hiding the frozen world beyond. In this moment, the hearth, the wine, the cardamom's fading bite balance, achieved against improbable odds. Your thumb brushes the orange, its skin dimpled, cold from resting on the Hoff's stone ledge. Roll it, feel the weight, a tiny sun held captive in your palm. Romans adored oranges, stuffed their baths with peels, believing citrus fumes warded off plagues and bad poetry. Score the rind, blade biting, releasing a spray of oils that sting your eyes in a good way. Like walking into sunlight after hours in a dusty archive. Peel curls away, revealing pith, that bitter white armor between joy and tang. Victorians wore orange pomanders, studded with cloves, part perfume, part desperation, against London's corpse-scented air. Zest spirals into the mortar, bright confetti, against gray stone. Each twist sends citrus notes, flying, darting, clingy like toddlers, hyped on stolen sugar. The wine welcomes it, garnet depths flickering, as if the hearth swallowed a summer morning. Historians still argue whether medieval alchemists drank orange wine or just painted it glowing in their fake elixir manuals. Crush the zest, gentle squeezing oils onto the pestil's curve. Air sharpens, a kitchen knife slicing through cardamom's smoky haze. This scent never aged, still as bright as when Spanish ships first carried bitter oranges to freezing kings. Dutch merchants sold single fruits for what peasants earned in a year. Peel displayed, flesh rotted, status bites deep. Sprinkle golden shreds into the pot. They float daring before wine pulls them under. Stir and watch, the brew lightens, as if dawn seeped through a crack in the night. Tudor ladies rubbed orange oil on gloves to mask the stink of unwashed suitors. Proto-perfume, desperate times. Ladle drips, you catch it. A hot bead of citrus-scented courage on your wrist. Lick it burn, then brightness, like biting into a December sunrise. Those pomander balls, clove-stabbed oranges, hung in castles to hide the reek of chamber pots. Imagine waltzing through Versailles, nose assaulted by roses, sweat, and last Tuesday's sewage. Scrape the mortar, every precious fleck orange, oil's grip stronger than a toddler on your leg. Toss it in the wine's surface shivers, ripples spreading, carrying zest to every corner. 8th century Silk Road traders carried oranges in cotton, like smuggling sunlight through mountain passes. Inhale, citrus cuts through the spice fog, a lighthouse beam in a cinnamon storm. Your lungs feel polished, windows wiped clean after a decade of grime. Certain monks believed orange scent repelled demons, modern tests pending. But try arguing with a 14th century exorcist. A ribbon of peel clings to the ladle, translucent veins glowing like molten amber. Leave it, let it steep, become one with the wine's deepening song. Louis XIV wore orange blossom cologne daily to mask his gangrenous leg, royalty's glamour, always layered, overwrought. Outside, snow silences the world, but inside, orange oil lifts the gloom, a defiant campfire of scent. Wipe your hands, they're tacky sticky, printed with proof of sunshine robbery. Pluck another fruit, smaller, knobbier, from the wooden bowl. Winter oranges, picked half-green, stubborn, sweetening only after weeks in dark cellars. You pierce the skin, and hello, zest sprays your cheek, a freckle of liquid zest. Bundle the peels, twist them, drop them, watch them bob skin ships on a ruby sea. The wine's edge softens, citrus acids smoothing spices' rough elbows, now playing nice. Taste careful, the ladle's bowl burns your lip, but flavor floods, cinnamon and orange waltzing, cloves clapping time. This lift, this brightness, is why sailors sucked limes, and why you tonight add 3 more peels. Chew a shred, pith, and all bitterness grips your tongue, then fades, leaving clean, sharp wakefulness. It sparks memories, picnics, grass stains, stolen kisses behind citrus groves, before mortgages ruined spontaneity. The Hoff's cat reappears, nose twitching, orange oil apparently more interesting than mice tonight. She rubs your ankle, leaving fur on wool, another ingredient, unlisted but inevitable. Slice more zest, finer now, threads like saffron, but cheaper and less pretentious. Stir clockwise 9 rotations, superstition or habit, you forgot which comes first. The wine whispers thanks, or maybe that's the wood settling in the hearth. Ottoman's candied orange peel, stored it in rosewater, ate it when war went poorly, comfort food with bite. Ladle deep, bring up a spiral. It gleams, oil shimmering, like a wet wasp's wing. Blow, cool it, sip, citrus sharpness, makes your eyes water, but in a heroic way. Steam carries orange ghosts now, they cling to tapestries, insult the faded hunting scenes with their vibrancy. Peel a strip too thick, pith heavy, toss it anyway. Let bitterness balance the honey to come. Breathe the rooms, a temple citrus incense, covering centuries of spilled ale and wet dog. Your thumb finds a cut, stinging citric acids, kiss, proof you worked for this fleeting sunshine. Grab the last orange, roll it, warm it near flames, because cold fruit hoards its oils. The blade slips, peeling 2 deep white pith bleeds, then orange, saccharine, and wasted. Scrape again, lighter dusting, zest over the pot, like edible glitter made for grown-ups. Cardamom's ghost protests, dethroned by citrus. But spices must learn to share. Flick seeds into the fire, they pop tiny firecrackers. Snap, snap, orange-scented gunpowder. Ladles empty, so pour a thin stream into a clay mug. Watch the color, now lighter, happier. Sip, burn, then honeyed sour punch, the flavor equivalent of a midlife crisis motorcycle. Cat jumps up, sniffs the mug, recoils, her judgment clear, stick to cream human. Peel sticks to your sleeve, unnoticed, until tomorrow's laundry reveals it, crispy, scent still clinging. Rest your elbows on the table, stir, with eyes closed, steam painting your face damp. Orange oil's secret, it alters the air, makes even cobwebs seem festive for tonight. Through the fogged window, moonlight bleeds, weak outmatched by your bubbling, sun-drunk brew. Gather discarded peels, squeeze them, one last spray. Let the hearthstones sizzle and sigh. No drums, no choirs. But this peeling stirs something old, sun worship in liquid form. Tomorrow's snow will fall, lemons will rot. But tonight, you stole summer back one curl at a time. You reach for the jar, honey trapped in slow motion, amber glaciers crawling toward the lid. Warm it, cup your hands around cold glass, like coaxing a butterfly from hibernation. Egyptians paid taxes in honey, workers hauling clay pots under a Saharan sun. Yearly sweat turned sticky gold. Twist the lid, resistance. Then release, a soft pop as air rushes into the vacuum. Inhale grass, wildflowers, haphazard summer's wild bees couldn't map if they tried. 13th century, nun claimed her hives, hummed Gregorian chants, though her abbey records list 0 bee recruits. Drizzle the spoon, honey tumbles thick, unhurried, a lazy serpent uncoiling into wine. Historians still argue whether Viking mead was sipped from skulls, or just poetic license from terrified monks. Stir sunset threads, winding through garnet liquid, gold fighting red for dominance. Each loop of the spoon paints silk ribbons, vanishing, reappearing, hypnotic as a pocket watch swing. Your wrist aches, sweetness dragging at the ladle nature's quicksand, holding metal hostage. Persian physicians prescribed honey-drenched bandages, sticky salvation, sealing sword wounds shut, bacteria drowned in sugar. The blend thickens, spices shift, cinnamon stops shouting, cloves mute their sting, cardamom sighs into harmony, steam sweetens, heavy draping your shoulders like a damp shawl. Medieval beekeepers whispered secrets to hives, news of births, deaths, harvests, as if gossiping with winged neighbors. Glimpse your reflection distorted in the spoon's curve, face warped, smiling, gilded by liquid amber. Blink, and it's gone, spiraled away into the brew's deepening song. Archaeologists found honey jars in pharaoh tombs, still edible after millennia. Death's dessert menu unchanged. Orange zest resurfaces, riding honey's tide, citrus brightness mellowed, no longer eye-witching. Stir faster, herding reluctant spice clouds, force-merging flavors, refereeing a reluctant truce. Swab a fingertip on the spoon taste, heat, then velvet. A choir of contrasts, soft chewing down your throat. A bee lands, drunken on the rim, wings dusted with November's last pollen. Blow gently, send it wobbling off. Workers deserve retirement after a season's labors. Tudor bakers used honey-soaked sponge cake to smuggle Catholic priests into attic hideaways, sacrament, and sugar. Sweet rebellion. The hearth hisses, log shifting. Flames shrink, wary of honey's syrupy influence. Adjust the chain, lift the pot higher. Distance protects delicate sugars from scorching. Certain monks believed honey attracted angels, daubed it on doorways at solstice. Sticky celestial bait hung over thresholds. Skim a crystal flower sugar, refusing to melt. Opal island floating in ruby sea. Crush it, watch it dissolve, disgruntled, as you hum a lullaby off-key. Napoleon's generals packed honey for battle wounds, yet somehow forgot extra socks, priorities of men addicted to glory. Ladle high, pour slow, a gleaming rope coiling upon itself, stretching just short of snapping. Test viscosity, drip a bead onto your thumbnail. It holds dome perfect, a tiny edible temple. Cat returns, leaping onto the table, nose dipping toward forbidden sweetness. Block her, use your elbow, she glares, licking imagined honey from whisker tips. Romans spread honey on corpses, waxy perfume against decay's stench. Funeral caterers doubling as chemists. Stir counterclockwise now, rebellion, or just boredom. Silken threads tangling, knotting, surrendering sweetness. Your bicep burns, spoon-wielding, suddenly Olympic stamina, crumbling like overbaked biscotti. Some Aztec ballplayers drank honey tonics mid-game, early energy drinks, fueling ritualistic sports. Literally life or death. Taste again. Wait, let it coat your tongue. Time, unspooling as flavors bloom. Honey smooths, hides the shy counselor, nudging arguing spices into consensus. The pot's rim glistens, congealed amber drops, crime scene of your culinary heist. Scrape them, renegade sugar globes, flicking each back into the brew. Scythian warriors, fermented mare's milk with honey, drank it until they howled at stars. Energy drink hooligans of the steppes, bubbles slow, thick as molten glass, rising, popping sound like distant wet kisses. Adjust the spoon tired, letting it rest against pot's edge, the handle warming your palm. Drizzle honey across the ladle, watch it cling, golden veins mapping the metal, temporary tattoo of sweetness. Blow across the surface, ripples spread, honey's weight, calming the wine's restless shimmer. Your breath carries wood smoke, thistle, a faint echo of summer meadows, now prisoners in this jar, fingers sticky, inevitable, thumb and pointer fused, torpedoing any hope of stealth. Wipe them on your apron, adding this stain to its constellation of accidents. Macedonian beekeepers, painted hives, blue warding off the evil eye apiarist anxiety layered under cobalt. Light slants through the inky window, honey catches it, throws buttery patches onto ceiling beams. The room yellows, a sepia filter dropped over everything, forgotten photographs, tinged with sucrose, ladle a test sip, cooler now, clay mug, warming between your palms. Close your eyes, wait, honey hits last, a velvet curtain dropping after spices fireworks. The cat meows, indignant, no longer seduced by scent, demanding tribute in fish or cushions. Pot's bottom thickens, caramelizing, heat's persistent nagging at sugars grown drowsy. Pull it back 2 finger widths from flames, saving tomorrow's scrubbing agony. Stir once more, final swirl, infinity loop, blending edges into seamless whole. Honey has spoken spices, now whispering citrus content to hum backup vocals. Drizzle the last spoonful, jars scraped clean, bees' 6-month labor, now swimming in grapes decay. Lick the spoon, clank it down, ritual completion, chef's tiny surrender. Place the lid askew, steam escapes, honeyed ghosts drifting toward the rafters, claiming this hoff as theirs. Wipe the table, sticky streaks refuse, subburn as glued toddlers. Tomorrow's problem, later's loot, future, you rolls eyes at present use bliss. Uncurl your fingers, stiff, red, marked by ladle's chokehold, veterans of the spice wars, honeyed piece 1, stretch, knuckles crack, firecrackers in the sudden quiet. The hearth sighs, honey-thickened steam has drugged the flames, tongues licking slower, dreamier. Steal one more taste, tepid now, complex like gossip, told through layers of lace. Honey did its job, mellows, every edge throws velvet over benches, hides spices, bite under sweetness, smile. Frost patterns bloom on the window, mirroring honey's lacy threads spun across wine. Outside, night deepens, but here gold lingers stubborn against winter's gathering gray. Let the spoon rest, its work done, sinking slowly into the pot's warm depths. Peace settles, thick as the scent cloaking tables, floors, your own tired shoulders. You sit, finally, sinking into that creaking chair, honey's golden hand pressing you gently down. Through the window, a single star pierces cloud pale, saccharine briefly mirroring your brew. The Hoff holds breath, or was that you exhaling after hours of sweet labor, stillness earned? Clay mugs wait, clean, chilled, thirsty, for what's coming, hungry for the warmth they'll borrow. Honey's ghost kisses your wrist, reminder nature's gold flawed, fleeting, perfectly dissolving into everything it touches. Snow resumes, hiss muted, as the pot's contents cool, the last reluctant bubble bursting against the surface. Your eyelids droop, honey pulling them shut gentle, as bees coaxing shut the final summer blossom. Your chair groans as you sink deeper, firelight glazing your knuckles amber, the wine's murmur rising thick from its copper cradle. Across the room, shadows sift the ashes of departed flames, gray flakes swirling like snow inside a paperweight. Roman merchants traded spiced wine along frostbitten roads, heated in lead vessels over tiny stoves, your recipe's distant, toxic cousin. Your mug rests, untouched, still fogged by waiting patience pooling in its base. The hearth exhales, a breath of pine pitch and scorched honey, coaxing your chin downward. Medieval Germans believed drinking too soon soured the spice's wrath of wooden saints hanging above tavern doors. Historians still argue whether Europe's wars would have ended faster with better mulled wine diplomacy. Flames gutter, starved, shrink into blue-tailed wraiths. You nudge a log, sparks swarm upward, brief fireflies swallowed by the chimney's throat. A bubble breaches, slow, sullen, the wine's oily surface puckering, then smoothing, forgiveness granted. Your boothiel grinds, a cinnamon shard dropped hours ago, aroma resurrected, crushing time between curious kid and weary adult. Time used to know, gone, thoughts scurrying like a mouse under floorboards. 5 generations drank from these walls, their whispers sewn into timber cracks, laughter echoing in mortar lines. Drafts snake through stonework, lifting your hem, drooling cold kisses on your ankles. The fire spits, shielding its heat, petulant toddler, guarding a favored toy. Victorian doctors prescribed hot wine for hysteria, 3 sips per fit, their notepads speckled with Shiraz stains, busted cure. Liquid drowsiness seeps from the pot, from the hearth, from time itself, filling your skull with warm wax. Your fingers uncurl, surrender, palms upturned like beggars, seeking alms from the ceiling beams. In Dresden, a brewer once mulled wine with powdered meteorite, charged extra for starborn warmth, sold out by noon. A moth dives toward the heat misses, spirals drunken into the wine's umbra. You watch it twitch, wings sugar-dusted, a tiny relic of summer, entombed in autumn's brew. Minutes stretch, gelatinous, sticky as honey poured in winter. Seconds, swelling, bursting, leaving phantom echoes. They say Catherine the Great threw cloves at suitors, pea shooter precision, aiming at pompous mustaches during overlong toasts. The cat, since departed, has left a vacuum in the room's gravity, weightlessness making thoughts drift higher. Fire pops, emblems of phantom arguments flaring, dying unresolved. Your nail taps the ladle, metallic heartbeat, pacing the pot's low simmers. Eyelids droop, fluttering, tickled by rising steam, forced open by cinnamon's last-ditch zing. Sap weeps from a log, translucent pearl elongating, plunging, sacrificed to coals below. Identical to tears in Icelandic sagas, heroes weeping into mead horns, self-pity dissolving into drink. Lean closer, peering wine dark as garnet velvet, dusted with ash flecks, like errant constellations. Your reflection wavers, a stranger, war-tired, cape draped over slumped shoulders. In Prague, taverns served poison tester wine dosed with garlic. If it turned black, death hid within the cup. Belly growls, betrayal, digesting its own complaints. Spiced fumes, no substitute for bread. Another bubble swells, doesn't burst, lingers, dome quivering, before collapsing inward, suicide by sweetness. Wind fists the shutters, pounding, demanding entry, thief seeking stolen summer scents. Denied, it howls, rampaging toward weaker prey in the barley fields. Fingertips graze the pot's belly, heat leaping. An old burn twinges, memory flaring, then gone. Swedish sailors swore, heated wine calmed sea monsters, poured libations overboard, scarlet ribbons unraveling in black waves. The ladle's shadow lengthens, creeping scimitar slash across the table, warning against haste. You retreat, knuckles brushing crumbs, crisp fossils of breakfast forgotten in the morning's rush. Breath steadies, synchronizing with the hearth's cadence, in fire out smolder, in deep out soft. Historians still argue whether Napoleon's fall began with cold punch, no spices, supply wagons lost in Russian snow, bubbles slow fewer, proud each announcing itself with pompous glug, spaced like decrepit grandfather clock talks. Your tongue thickens, taste buds drowsy, burnt honey film, coating your teeth, sepia filter for reality's bite. 16th century nuns snuck cloves into choir lofts, chewing them during psalms, breath blessing their hymns with phantom warmth. A log collapses, implodes, spilling ember jewels onto the grate's ribs, a fortune squandered in sparks. Sudden blaze, heat surges, cheeks prickle, eyebrows cowering, wine shudders, skin forming, wrinkling, agaric veil. Spoon scrapes copper fingernails on slate, your spine contracts, swears at the noise. Skim the film russet lace, toss it to the fire, rewarded with sulfur-scented hiss. Persian alchemists wrote entire scrolls about skin, forming on liquids, divination, via boil. Guides to political upheaval, wives, fidelity. Stretch, legs howl, kneecaps grinding like unoiled gears, spine popping like knotted rope untied. Stand towering, dizzy, world tilting. Floorboards list starboard, gravity a fickle co-conspirator. Window reveals night, solid now, no more sunset fevers. Pinprick stars, indifferent to brewing below. Snow layers the sill, marbled with ash, ugly cousin to postcard perfection. The ladle forgotten sinks, handle rising cross, marking its grave, wine closing ranks over metal. Your mug sweats, ring of droplets, tiny surrender, flexing wood grain through the damp. Press it to your lip, dare, wait, pull back, tight grin, chastising your greed. Lower back twinges, scream trapped in muscle, threat of tomorrow's stiffness, bargaining for early retreat. Sit again, shallow, chair squeals, flames twist, reflected in the pot's curve. Twin suns drowning in darkness, taste memory drifts, previous batches, some too clove-heavy, like drinking a carpenter's toolbox, others frail, watercolor versions of potency. The Hoff hums, cedar beams contracting, foundation settling, centuries of snow melt pooled in its bones. Crawl back, eyelids sealing, flames imprinting veins, red webs behind privatized darkness. Breathe deep, let spices colonize your lungs, citrus cutting through pine pitch, honey gluing it together. A drip somewhere metronomic, plink into a hidden puddle, the house's secret clock. Time thickens, syrups, solidifies around you, amber trapping the moment. Gift for future archaeologists, peeling through ruins. Wind dies, suddenly. Silence rings louder, absence gnawing at ears accustomed to howling. Another bubble final. Rises, bursts, the wine shifts, settles knowing its work is done. Fire sighs, content. Lids closing, sending delicate tremors through overworked nerves. The ladle bobs, conductor lowering baton orchestra of flavor retiring. Strings muted, brass dulled, woodwinds nesting. Your hand moves, dream commanded, palming the mug, weight solid, promise unbroken. Lift it, slow tilt, watch steam plume curl dissolve. Before night snuffs its brief life. Smile tired, true wrinkles deepening, joy etched alongside exhaustion in equal measure. The first sip begins. Steam ribbons upward, translucent, twining around your face, claiming each breath as their own. Mist smells of grapes, trampled under Roman feet centuries ago along cobbled roads where soldiers marched, thirsty, toward conquest. Some say Cleopatra herself sipped wine in shaded courtyards, though historians still argue whether she preferred it hot or chilled. Your eyelids flutter shut, letting vapor write its own story on your skin, letters dissolving before you can read them. A ghostly shape forms swaying, a vineyard phantom born from evaporating drops, twisting into nothing when you blink. Farmers once burned wet leaves to fight frost, protecting vines. Smoke bitter medicinal, choking the sweetness from future wine. Your pot murmurs, reciting forgotten almanacs, weather predictions scribbled in cellar dust by hands since buried. Across the room, a cobweb shivers, dew-studded, catching mist like a trawler's net. 18th century sailors drank spiced wine against scurvy, cloves mistaken for citrus, their gums bleeding regardless. You trace a finger through steam, heat kissing your knuckles, watching the tendrils coil, then retreat offended. Notes sharpen, cinnamon piercing through, cardamom's green whisper, honey rounding every edge. London's frost fair of 1683 served mulled wine in frozen Thames tents, vendors skating between stalls, glasses steaming in mittened hands. The Hearth sighs, a conspirator, stoking the pot's slow confession of flavor. Something shifts below the spice, a mineral depth, iron groundwater seeped into forgotten roots. Your tongue puzzles it out, soil, wet stone things older than language. A vintner in Trier once claimed his soil held traces of meteor dust. His mulled wine shimmered with stellar grit, charged 3 silvers per sip. Shadows stretch, dusk pooling under tables, leaking from corners, while steam glows white against dark beams. Medieval taverns hung rosemary over wine vats, warding off witches who soured batches with a glance. You laugh, quiet, stirring the pot, twirling your spoon like a wand against imaginary curses. Wood creaks overhead, rafters cooling, settling into night's embrace. In Prague, some believed wine steam carried messages from the dead. If you breathed deep enough, their words coated your throat. You try inhaling, counting heartbeats, but only taste orange peel and regret. A droplet condenses on your sleeve, cold bloom against wool, startling as a widow's tear. Tudor kitchens added pepper to wine, hiding vinegar, tang from spoiled barrels, their feasts fueled by salvage, not skill. The pot gurgles, a wet chuckle mocking modern purity. Outside, wind hushes, brief truce, letting steam rise straight, unbent, a pale road to nowhere. Your reflection wavers in the copper, warped, long-nosed, a storybook figure, stirring cauldrons under crescent moons. Napoleon's troops boiled wine with gunpowder for courage. Ironic, since the British called their shots French fire. Fingers drum the table impatience, though the steam says wait, its tendrils braiding, unbraiding, restless as cats. Historians still argue if Mozart's final requiem was fueled by spiced wine or desperation. Ink blots staining sheet music like old dregs. Frost etches the window, fern patterns, delicate, dangerous, as the heat keeping them at bay fades. A log shifts, sparks leaping, brief fireflies sacrificed to darkness, their light gilding the steam gold. You lean closer, letting warmth dry your lips, salt cracked from hours breathing kiln-dry air. Memories surface, unbidden, last winter's brew shared under blankets, laughter echoing off snowdrifts, since melted. Pompeii's ruins held wine shops with heated counters, slaves tending charcoal beds, ashes preserved under volcanic snow. The steam thins, transparent, now barely veiling the wine's simmering face. Your mug fogs anew, a tiny climate contained, its curve perfect for thumb rests. Vikings carried heated wine north, glass jars wrapped in furs, their sails stiff, with salt drinkable fires for frozen shores. A draft snakes through, chopping steam into fractured clouds, briefly smelling of pine, then wet dog, then nothing. You shiver, suddenly aware of your spine chilled against the chair's unyielding wood. Some monks added crushed pearls, their wine glowing moon pale, sold as angels' tears to gullible nobles. Ladle scrapes the pot, metallic, harsh, rupturing the trance. Steam recoils, dissipating, leaving the room poorer for its absence. In Vienna, emperors sipped from cups shaped like dragon skulls, smoke coiling from carved nostrils, terrifying ambassadors into favorable treaties. Your palm cups the mug, heat seeping slow into your lifeline. Steam rises one last time, feeble a flag, surrendering to gravity before melting into ceiling shadows. The first sip lingers, unfinished, at your lips, as vapor's ghost brushes your eyelashes, gone before you taste it. Your wrist circles the pot slow, wooden spoon scraping the copper's curve, each revolution a practiced echo of hands now dust. Grandma never measured, just palmed cinnamon like a gambler throwing dice, her knuckles scarred from olive pits. Vinegar burns, a life etched in kitchen wounds. Historians still argue whether medieval monks added saffron for piety or bad vintage. Their hidden recipe books, stained purple, margin notes in shaky Latin. Steam licks your forearm, a fleeting warmth before dissolving, just like her voice when she taught you to stir against the moon's pull. Nonsense, maybe, but you do it anyway leftward, counting 7 rotations, a ritual as exact as her Austrian curses. A cobweb above the hearth trembles, strung between a rusted hook and a memory. She once swore webs caught escaping flavors, kept them loyal to the pot. Your thumb rubs the spoon's handle, smooth from decades of friction, the wood remembering her grip better than you do. In Bruges, they buried mulling spices with brewmasters, their graves pungent, cinnamon sticks clutched like scepters, cloves packed in their eye sockets. The wine thickens, adopting the spoon's rhythm, a ruby swirl that mimics her apron's faded pattern dotted with pomegranate stains from 78. Something clinks, a cardamom pod cracking open, releasing its piney ghosts into the brew. Grandma claimed they quickened the drinker's pulse, said Hungarian raiders used them to heat the blood before swords got busy. A rogue pod bobs to the surface, defiant, green-hulled, one split seed clinging to the border of foam. You prod it, gentle, easing it back under, like nudging a sleeping cat to the rug's center. Fire pops, a spark landing near your boot, pulsing orange, then gray, dead, as her last birthday candle. You blow the ash from your knee, smearing soot, your fingerprints mirroring hers on that spice-stained recipe card. Northern Vikings floated rune-carved sticks in their wine late editions, their alphabetic spells just flexible enough to cover bad berry harvests. The steam shifts, growing heavier, sweet, curling around your neck like her fox, fur stole, moth-bitten, draped over her shoulders as she stirred. 3 cherries always sank in her version lumps of coal she'd wink. But you found pits later, under your tongue, seeds left in for luck. Your ladle dips deep, hitting the pot's dimpled bottom, a sound like church bells heard from underwater. Shadows merge your movements, casting twin shapes, one yours, one hers, both stirring, overlapping, until the fire flickers. Prague alchemists wrote wine incantations, burned them, fed the ashes to apprentices for vision. Then charged nobles for charred rosemary results. A cinnamon shard catches, clinging to the spoon needle-shaped, menacing. You flick it off, watching it sink, while steam writes farewell letters on the ceiling. Your free hand rubs your sternum, a knot there, unwinding, with each clockwise orbit, fear dissolving, heat spreading, as if her palm pressed between your shoulders again. The scent clarifies, honey cutting through the spice choir, amber bright, blunting cardamom's edge, just like she promised. Folk cures claimed mulled wine, mended broken bones, sipped at bedtime, though the fractures probably healed themselves, just grateful for the distraction. A log collapses, glowing rubble sighing, reshaping itself for the final act, embers reflecting in your mug's curved side. She'd always pour an extra cup for the threshold, setting it outside for wanderers, for ghosts. You still do it, though frost drinks it now, not lips. Your thumb traces the spoon's groove, worn smooth by her, by you ready to be passed onward. When the steam stops rising, when the pot empties, when the tail circles back, full to her hand, redirecting yours, from broth to mulled wine, to something farther, gentler, warmer, still to come. Bubbles rise, each a tiny, transparent moon, pregnant with heat, floating to burst against the wine's skin. No hourglass trickles, no iron clock pendulum swings like a drunk monk. Just these ascending orbs timeless, as Roman soldiers gulping hot conditum paradoxum in alpine forts, their helmets littering snowbanks. Historians still argue whether Pope Clement VI diluted communion wine with spices to cover vinegar, smuggled out of Avignon, while his cat drank the good vintage straight. You count the bubbles, 12, 13, 14, each pop softer than a cat's sneeze, puncturing the silence she once measured by drips from the leaky rain barrel. Winter nights, she'd kneel there, gathering drops in a chipped Viennese teacup, long after plumbing tamed the well. An odd ritual, like the way she knotted orphaned mittens to hearth hooks for the mice to borrow, her logic frayed, her warmth absolute. The pot murmurs a low vowel, something between O and Ah, the same sound the old linden tree makes when wind twists its branches sideways. Outside, stars needle through the twilight, too faint yet to pierce the window. But patience wears thin as cheap wool socks. On nights like this, Swabian brewwives told daughters that quick sippers would cough truths like poisoned ravens, while slow stewers married bankers. If only the bubbles popped in prime numbers. Your spoon halts, mid-stir, caught watching steam sketch omens, a wavering face, half yours, half hers, before dissolving into ghost vapor. Roman wine heaters used ostrich eggshell ladles, claims a moldering scroll dug up near Cologne, though most scholars blame medieval forgers with terrible egg jokes. Still, you imagine one weightless, pink-throated, dipping into this brew. No trace of yolk left, only spice trails. A log cracks, throwing ember freckles across the hearthstones, patterned like her long-lost, dappled hens, each henhouse legend grimly Scandinavian, despite her Bavarian roots. 53 bubbles rise, all mute, unromanced by arithmetic. Some nights she'd mutter, as spices bloomed, maybe it's the gaps, not the bubbles, that meant something. Your knee protests, too much crouching, too little paying attention to modern orthopedics. A grinding joint your price for ignoring her stool height lectures. Wind nudges the shutters, wood rasping wood, a sound that unspools memory more ruthlessly than any pocket watch's tick. Late 1800s boiler factories tried steam-powered mulling, a tragic venture left industrialists with copper vats full of bitter tar and one-hearted lawsuits. Lucky they folded, else we'd have wine heated by piston screams instead of these patient, hissing whispers. You flick a cinnamon sliver off your sleeve, scent airborne, when the latest bubble burst too eagerly. It lands in cat territory, now twitching under the bread cupboard. That pouched philosopher flicks one ear, unimpressed, having seen 11 winters yawn and snap shut. She claimed cats counted bubbles too, discreetly, with their whiskers, twitches calibrated to ancient Egyptian sundial math. No proof survives beyond her scowling tabby stare. First star pricks through the glass, a pale, cracked pearl signaling the iron gates of Damascus, once lifted for traders hauling cinnamon bark. Hugo, third floor, still argues in Keller pubs that true mulling time lasts one pregnant spider's dinner. Whatever that means, his tongue pickled as last year's walnuts. Yet here now the wine thickens, color clotting towards velvet, scent sharpening, eager to meet night air. You rise, spoon cradled like a foundling, left empty on the sideboard, ready for rest, or revolt as tomorrow decides. Flames bow low, amber tongues lapping the copper's underside, content to serve, knowing their work outlives them too. One bubble swells, huge patient, a wobbling universe refusing to burst, until something beyond these walls, the stars' cold gaze, perhaps, punctures it silent, finally releasing readiness into the dark. A glass ladle catches firelight, red, stained by 1,000 prior tastings, worn smooth as creek stones under your thumb. Your knuckles hover near the pot's mouth, heat crawling skin like phantom spiders. Back in Rome, slaves tasted spiced wine first, poor sops shielding emperors from poison, though Nero probably spiked his own cup just to watch them sweat. You dip metal-kissing liquid, drawing up slow as cathedral bells tolling noon. Medieval kitchen boys hid under tables rather than test new batches. Superstition claimed ginger could scream if boiled wrong, a notion disputed, yet widely whispered in Strasbourg taverns. Even now, the sip nears your lips, steam fogging your chin, smelling of forests forgot by maps. Farmers north of Heidelberg swear December brewed wine cures warts, toes painted purple, though logical folk blame the parallel consumption of frozen brandy. Historians still argue whether the Hanseatic League banned clove imports to curb lip burns, or just hated happiness. Your tongue meets heated silver, then liquid, a fusion of spice velvet, thick, smoldering, alive. Taste detonates slow, cinnamon first, then orange peel confetti cardamoms, pepper punch, honey humming, below cloves scattering star shards. Burgundy, warmth ruptures through ribs, chasing winter from marrow like sun, cracking like ice in March. A sigh escapes you unplanned, standing crooked against the hearth, ancient chimney stones cool on your shoulder blade. Your grandmother's voice surfaces, sharp as skiff ice. Too much clove aches the teeth, but too little stings the soul. Modern mixologists labeled her ratios primitive, till a Copenhagen lab found them temperature perfect. Perfume molecules aligned like scared soldiers. The ladle hangs empty, one ruby bead trembling at its tip, destined for floorboards. 300 years ago, a Dresden wine tester was fired solely because his size disturbed the barrel room bats. Archive records prove it. Sadly, did not win his job back. You dip again, deeper, watching liquid curl over the spoon's slope, thin gold, where firelight pierces it. Romans believed first sips showed future faces, a foggy visage meaning, beware tax collectors, a clear one foretelling vineyards. Yours mirrors the cat, currently licking paw pads, which could mean wealth, or rodents, who knows. Flavors linger long after swallowing, like guests overstaying, but welcome. Honey clings to cheeks, orange oils flirt with your sinuses, cloves doctor your throat, a whole clinic stashed in one mouthful. Some monks made tinctures this potent. If church graffiti is to be trusted, witchy symbols carved under abbey wine vats. A log splits, flame rearing up, staining the copper pot hell-bright. You retreat slightly, hip bumping the sideboard, her Wedgwood sugar bowl rattling its lid. Its contents may be older than you, an antique sweetener colony, untouched, but admired like pensioners at a bus stop. Outside, wind skitters leaves, dried husks clicking like bone dice. Inside, fire whispers to copper, copper hums to wine, wine sighs into steam. A symposium for domestic alchemists. The ladle cools, the handle now just warm, not branding iron hot. Vintners near Trier convinced landlords that tasting tools must be oak, never metal, lest iron argue with tannins. Modern science scoffs, but poetic justice brightens in this moment your unarguing silver spoon. Third sip arrives, familiar now, but sharper, fruit notes lifting, spices braiding snug. You catch the faintest echo of blueberry, left field for mulled wine, but lingering like a prank, until realizing the Hessian winemaker added elderberry syrup, cheeky, clever cheat, sneaking summer into deep winter. Your fingers loosen on the spoon, liquid sloshing in your mouth, heat puddling under collarbones. Cold stiffened thumbs, you realize, have thawed entirely, knuckle ache gone, as steam tends your joints. Shadows streak the far wall, stretched tall, solstice ghosts swaying to crackle rhythms. That dancing you recall from Wittenberg festival plays, stilted actors as goblins chasing maidens with wooden spoons dipped in cherry paint. The taste settles, sweetness dulling, bitterness waking, like snowfall, muffling a bell. Perfect balance found, vinegar's threat dissolved, spice opposition united, honey's diplomacy triumphant. You lower the ladle back into the pot, watching it sink, garnet closing over its neck. Historians still argue whether a leaner of Aquitaine spiced her wine weak to mock Henry's dull nights, or just ran low on pepper after Naples tariffs. Your palm presses the hearth's warm stones, rough edges biting soft skin, heat pulsing into tired veins. Thoughts tangle, unspool, reshape themselves, free of knots, iced river thawed. The cat pads closer, twining figure eights around your ankles, ignoring drunk elves, alleged by Brewlore to pinch feline tails when wine fumes peak. Her nose wrinkles, not at spice, but your knee blocking her path, a tiny, hairy sovereign demanding way. You exhale, steam mingling with breath, a pair of wandering clouds lost indoors. Tongue traces teeth, hunting stray clove shards, spice sting fading to tingle, heat withdrawing like obedient tides. From the window, Venus glares cold white, remote as frostbitten kings. Yet fires mirror twin gleam in abandoned ladles. Funny how warmth gathers brightest in discarded things, spoons, days' lives, left steaming gently before cooling. Your throat feels lined with old velvet, slightly scorched, lavishly softened. Fingers brush neck skin, finding pulse where heat still drums, happy exile chased from winter. A floorboard whines, wind shuffles ivy, ashes sigh, chimes murmur next door. Your sip's aftermath lingers, indifferent to noise, patient, rooted deep in muscle memory thaw. Ladle set aside, fire fed fresh oak. You stand mouth full of vanished wine, yet flooded with its ghost. Your chest glows like banked coals, embers, packed for future work, quiet, ready, faintly sweet. Amber eyes gleam from shadowed floorboards, unblinking, fixed on the pot's rising steam. The Hoff cat crouches low, still as gargoyles guarding Cologne Cathedral, your stirring spoon, reflected twin in her pupils. Historians still argue whether medieval brewers kept cats to deter mice, or because monks believed they could see poisonous spirits in the vapors. Her tail flicks once, a metronome counting your breaths, as you crouch, ladle dripping onto stone. Stonehenge builders hauled rocks for miles, but this creature moved continents. Her Persian ancestors traded for Baltic amber by some long-dead merchant. You offer a drop dangling from your pinky, met with regal disdain. Fire pops, hissing, making her ears pivot like weather vanes. She's tasted mulled wine before stolen from unattended mugs. Her midnight capers left paw prints in spilled puddles. Glass blowers in medieval Venice allegedly trained cats to walk molten tiles, testing for cool spots, though most scholars dismiss this as tavern tales. You settle onto the hearth's edge, heat seeping through wool as she inches forward, nose twitching at cinnamon ghosts. Your grandmother swore cats guarded family wine recipes, their purrs rearranging air molecules to steal flavor secrets. You half believe it, watching her inhale steam, as if cataloging cardamom ratios. Between you, silence deepens, older than the black forest oaks outside. Charlemagne once decreed all royal vineyards must shelter cats, protection against sour-throated sprites. But enforcement proved patchy, like most imperial whims. Her whiskers skim the pot's rim, retreating at the first vapor kiss, offended by cloves. Wind howls through a cracked shutter, yet her gaze never wavers from the glistening liquid. Stained glass makers used crushed cat ashes for ruby hues, a grim 12th century technique, while brewers buried kittens under vats to ensure potent mead. You scratch behind her ear, fleece-soft fur hiding scar tissue, battle trophies from owl wars. She blinks slowly, eyes narrowing to fiery slits, as shimmering waves distort her reflection. Domestic cats reached German ports via Roman trade ships, though fringe theorists insist Phoenicians smuggled them earlier, hidden in grain sacks, as good luck. You murmur nonsense, toneless, comfortable, letting vowels dissolve in the heat. Your ladle clinks, startling her, a half-hearted hop backward, pretending she meant to stretch. Dresden museums display tiny feline armor, tiny helmets, tiny chainmail crafted for noble house mousers. You imagine her in polished steel, a furry knight, defending the honey pot from sugar ants. Steam paints her face damp, but she holds ground, a tiny furnace radiating smugness. Historians still argue whether Hessian witches' family cats preferred mulled wine or stolen milk. Court transcripts from 1612 remain deliciously vague. She sneezes, sharp, contemptuous, rejecting both scholarly positions. A log collapses, sparking, and she vanishes, only to reappear atop the spice shelf. From her kingdom of cassia bark and star anise, she observes you, supervisor of inferior human efforts. Monks in Bavaria wrote hymns to barn cats, praising their vermin-slaying prowess as God's littlest executioners, though the Pope never approved the lyrics. You raise the ladle, tipping it, letting one garnet drop fall. She tracks its descent, ears flat, muscles coiled, but doesn't strike. Down in the village, tavern cats drink beer from saucers, slurping hops, while sailors sing. But yours abstains, a Puritan amid debauchery. For 13 heartbeats, you mirror each other, stillness congealing the air. Then she yawns, tongue curling, needle teeth flashing, before leaping down, silkily ignoring your existence. Her tail brushes your calf, once, just once, as she glides toward colder shadows. Napoleonic soldiers quartered here in 1806 allegedly taught a local tomcat to salute, though he quit after receiving no promotions. She leaves no salute, only the impression of warmth where fur grazed wool. The room feels larger without her scrutiny, steam less charged, spice less potent. You stir, listening to her claws click away, diminishing like rain easing at dawn. Your sip tastes cooler now, gentler, as if those amber eyes took some heat with them. Smoke spirals toward ceiling beams, writing stories she'll never bother to read. You smile, cup your mug tighter, and let silence stitch the night whole again. You reach for the first mug, its clay rough against your palm, thumb brushing a potter's finger mark fossilized in the firing. Medieval artisans kneaded horsehair into their clay, reinforcing vessels destined for clumsy hands and tavern brawls. The rim fits your lips like a remembered phrase, something your grandmother once murmured while straining elderberries. Liquid flows from pot to cup, a dark gurgling sigh, steam coiling upward to fog your lashes. Heat bleeds through the unglazed base, not scorching, but insistent, like a child tugging your sleeve for attention. You imagine Roman soldiers gripping identical cups, campfires flickering on Hadrian's wall, their wine cut with vinegar and regret. Archaeologists found 6,000 mugs at Vindolanda Fort alone, stained with ancient tannins and hopelessness. The second mug waits, pocked with kiln scars, glaze pooling in its base like a tiny onyx lake. 17th century tavern keepers swore vessels, whispered drinkers' secrets into the earth, each confession absorbed through porous clay. You pour slowly, avoiding splashes, watching the wine's surface shimmer, a miniature cosmos swirling with spice dust stars. Historians still argue whether shared mugs spread disease faster than goodwill, or if companionship fortified drinkers against plague. Both cups glow now, radiating warmth up your arms, their earthy scent mingling with cinnamon ghosts. Unglazed clay remembers every sip it's ever held, says a fringe winemaking sect, steeping future drinks in ancestral flavors. You wonder if tomorrow's coffee will taste of clove and winter twilight, a phantom vintage haunting your morning. Firelight dances in the wine's meniscus, a hypnotic, quivering jewel. Bavarian folklore claims mugs left by fires attract house spirits who sip the dregs and mend broken chairs. Yours stays resolutely spirit-free, though a wood beetle paddles past, dazed by cardamom fumes. You flick it toward safety, an unacknowledged mercy. Palms cradle the heated curves, fingers splayed, absorbing the slow pulse of steeped summer grapes. Pompeian excavations revealed tavern mugs etched with insults. Lucius drinks like a camel, proof some humors never fade. You trace a chip on the handle, a flaw that makes this one yours, like the scar above your knee from a childhood apple tree fall. Rain patters against shutters, a staccato counterpoint to the hearth's basso profundo rumble. Outside, mud thickens, greedy, sucking at boot heels. But inside, your island of warmth holds firm. Teutonic knights drank mead from curved horns, unable to set them down, forcing either speedy consumption or embarrassing hand cramps. You lift both mugs, testing their heft, left slightly heavier from an uneven pour. Balance them like scales, precious cargo, needing careful transport. Clay whispers against woolen sleeves, soft, secretive, as you turn toward the door. Frost etches the inner window panes, fern patterns branching like veins, like synapses, like rivers seen from alpine peaks. A chuckle escapes you, thinking how monks' tongues stuck to frozen chalices in unheated chapels, their curses muffled by pious vows. Momentum carries you forward, through the kitchen's spice-scented shadows, toward the cold waiting beyond the threshold. You nudge the door open, thin ice fracturing on its hinges, night air gnawing through your sweater. Snow crystals bite your neck, sharp, innocent, like a kitten testing its claws. Those cranberries wait in their frosted bowl, ruby marbles colder than the moon outside. Vikings froze them in Baltic Sea ice. Experts think storing tartness for sour-starved winters. Each berry glistens, a tiny, wrinkled planet trapped mid-orbit. You pluck one, fingerprints melting its icy crust, revealing glossier red beneath. Victorians believed frozen fruit reflected guests' hidden sins. The more it cracked in drinks, the purer the soul. Yours stays stubbornly intact. You press it harder, wondering what that says about your karma. A handful tumbles into the first mug, a sudden glassy plink plink plink, echoing up the clay walls. They bob, then dive, like weighted secrets slipping below wine-dark waves. One floats defiant, peeking above the surface, its white star of calyx intact. The Wampanoag, who called them Sasamnesh, used them to dye burial shrouds sacred red. Now the second mug gets its share berries descending like stars into burgundy twilight. Historians still argue whether Tudor cooks added them to wine for health or show. Poor people drank theirs unadorned. Steam rises, shrinking cranberry ice armor, forming tiny droplets like dew on a spider web. You lean close, inhaling warm spice, pierced by glacial fruits, high clean blade. Your eyelashes freeze when you blink. Proof winter stakes its claim indoors too. The contrast mesmerizes, molten wine around Arctic jewels fire, and frost sharing one cup. Pale steam ghosts upward, carving paths through lamplight, each breath sketching transient shapes. Do you see it, that momentary outline? A stag lifting its antlers before dissolving. Some alpine cultures read omens in beverage vapors, but your own steam just looks like steam. Thermal shock threatens your mugs. Hot liquid frozen garnishes, the clay contracting in microscopic protest. Medieval monks tempered their vessels with crushed seashells, resisting cracks during feasts. So far, both cups hold, though a hairline flaw glistens wetly on one handle. No matter, it survived worse. That time you dropped it in the herb garden. A berry escapes, rolling across the table, leaving a comet trail of meltwater. You trap it slippery, between thumb and forefinger, its chill lingering even after you drop it back. 17th century quacks sold frosted vitality orbs for virility, ground cranberries in lead-glazed bowls. Best not dwell on that. Bubbles spiral upwards, wine's heat teasing sugar from the berries, tartness bleeding into sweet. The tension mirrors December itself, short fierce days smoldering against infinite night. One bubble blooms, bursts, releases a crimson granule like a miniature flare. You lift both mugs, careful ice gold garnish against sun-hot clay biceps, protesting the double burden. Scholars found cranberry seeds lodged in King Henry VII's flagship timbers, perhaps a sailor's smuggled snack. Trivia clings where useful your grip tightens, crossing into the moonlit yard. Boots sink, crunch into fresh powder each step, compressing the snow's fragile latticework. Mugs tilt, berries bump the rims, but nothing spills, even on the treacherous flagstone path. Ahead, the bench under the linden tree, its frosted slats as welcoming as grandmother's lap. Someone waits there, hooded breath pluming like a forge's billows. You quicken, silly, unsteady, a laugh escaping in white rags of vapor. Beneath the branches, frigid air dares intrude between two shared mugs and fails utterly. The hooded figure breathes, a dragon's idle plume, gloved hands emerging to cradle the offered mug. Steam swirls merging with their breath, both clouds fraying at the edges like old lace. Under the tree's vaulted branches, snow barely dusts the bench, a miracle of overlapping twigs. You settle beside them, wood creaking under shared weight, though the cold seeps up through woolen layers. Nearby, a squirrel's midnight stash lies exposed, acorn tops peeking through fresh powder like drowned ship masts. Someone forgot to pack light. First sip your companion's throat moves, a slow, grateful ripple beneath scarf folds. Their mittened thumb brushes the mug's handle, where that hairline crack still pulses faint warmth. Centuries back, Germans dropped heated stones into drinks to fight winter's chill, a trick even Romans envied. Between swallows, silence drapes comfortably, unlike those frost-nipped pauses at crowded Yuletide markets. Snow sifts down, resting on your eyelashes, each flake a six-armed architect disbanding on contact. One lands on their hood, a perfect crystalline blossom, before melting into the wool's hungry fibers. They tilt their head, indicating the house behind you, windows blazing orange against the indigo night. Left the fire. A chuckle warms the air between sentences. Iced lemon in hot tea. You nod, a useless gesture anyone else would miss, but they understand. 17th century brewers blamed wine ghosts for spoiled batches, hired boys to sleep in cellars, and scare spirits away. Starved light filters through the linden's lattice, moon dusting every twig, every knot, every dried leaf still clinging since autumn. Against this silver relief, their profile emerges, nostrils flaring slightly at each spice-laced exhale. Scholars argue whether Vikings added juniper to wine for flavor or to sterilize questionable barrels. Taste buds vote for flavor, but let's not test that theory tonight. The wine's heat spreads drowsy, persistent, as murmured stories surface between pauses. They recall skating on a frozen river, laughing when the ice sang its eerie, rising moans beneath their blades. Dutch painters loved those sounds, often hiding tiny ice musicians in winter landscapes, if you look close enough. A clink their mug meets yours, a lazy, half-hearted toast without words. Cranberries have softened, bleeding pale pink, halos into the spiced red, sweetness now braided with tart. Across the yard, the hoff-cat watches, its eyes reflecting your firelight like twin copper coins. Snow nestles deeper into boot, seems the cold, a patient burglar, stealing up your calves. You shift, knees nudging your companions, and neither pulls away. Debate still rages whether medieval taverns served mulled wine in communal bowls or single cups, fines, suggest both, depending on how much the owner liked you. Their mittens lie discarded now, palm heat, pressed to clay, fingertips tracing the mug's worn ridges. Starlight snags on their knuckles, each scar a remembered fall, a split log, a misplaced axe. Something in the wine emboldens you, hand overlapping theirs, briefly, before retreating to your own thermal refuge. Wind wanders through the linden, rattling seed pods overhead, a dry imitation of summer's breeze. They tilt their mug, peering into the dregs, where cranberry pulp clings like reef organisms. Locals once thought these trees housed protective spirits, carved baby cradles from linden wood to ward off nightmares. When teeth finally chatter it's together, a syncopated rhythm that sparks mutual laughter, clumsy and bright. Rising feels wrong, denying the bench's hard poetry. But frost has infiltrated your marrow. The walk back seems longer, snow conspiring to drag your boots backward into drifts. At the threshold, you pause, casting one glance at the bench, already vanishing under fresh downfall. They lift their mug, a final salute, before stepping inside, where fire still licks the hearthstones. You follow, the night sealed behind you, and the house breathes deeper for your return. The bench groans, its frost-stiffened wood flexing beneath your weight each shift, summoning the scent of long-vanished summer sap. Above, moonlight stitches through bare linden branches, casting shadow filigree across your thighs. Steam coils from both mugs now, your breaths sinking, twin plumes unraveling into the glacial air. Your toe nudges an icy flagstone buried under fresh powder, but the wine's warmth pools low in your stomach. Legend claims lindens marked ancient Germanic tribal courts, judges dispensing verdicts under their heart-shaped leaves. Feels fitting now, this silent negotiation between cold and comfort. A pinecone drops, hitting the snowbank beside the bench with a muffled thud, fir needles shivering above despite no wind. You grin, raising your mug toward the invisible squirrel culprit. Even medieval drunks allegedly toasted woodland spies, hence tavern signs creaking with painted animals. They mirror your gesture, clay clicking against yours, a shared pact against the temperature's bite. Their smile glints briefly, before vanishing behind steam as they sip. Rumors once swirled that lindens whispered battle warnings to Teutonic knights, provided you slept drunk beneath them. On your tongue, honey blunts clove sharpness, each ingredient humming like a well-tuned instrument. A snowflake lands in their mug, dissolving instantly, its short career as a drink garnish ended. Historians still argue whether nobles added rare spices to show wealth or mask spoiled wine. The linden's trunk rises, twisted, elephantine, its bark tattooed, with decades of initials and crude hearts. You trace a plus gouged too deep time, swelling the scar tissue around it. Folktales insist these trees absorb lovers' vows, singing them back as windsong comes spring. They exhale, long, slow, watched breath, unspooling toward Orion's shimmering sword belt. Your own lungs hitch air sharp as shattered glass, then ease. 17th century snow poets described frozen breath as dragon's lace. All flair, no functional advice on mittens. Against your palm, the mug radiates heat, its clay remembering the kiln's roar. Across the yard, the well's iron crank wears a snow toupee, absurdly dapper for a frigid midnight. Someone should knit it, a tiny scarf, duty shirked for centuries now. They shift closer, wool sleeve rasping against your coat body, heat a fragile truce with winter. Their boot heel grinds the unseen flagstone, snow yielding, with a moist crunch layers, compacting like sedimentary rock. Ulfhidnar warriors supposedly slept bare-chested under lindens to gain their resilience, illuminating why their life expectancy rivaled a mayfly's. When you speak, the words emerge visible, brief ghosts between face and frost. Remember Frau Helga's cat stealing your first batch. They snort, memory loosening the cold's grip on their expression, nodding. That fur thief lapped half a pot, spent 3 days napping in the hayloft, purring like a faulty engine. A gust snags the linden's highest twigs, 3 seed pods clattering like distant bones. But the calm reclaims the air fast. Their shoulder presses yours, solid, real, anchoring you against the night's vast indifference. Farmers once buried stillborn lambs under linden roots, believing the tree's kindness granted them peace. Another sip, cinnamon afterglow blooming behind your teeth, the wine's edges softened by time and shared silence. They tilt their head back, exposing throat to moonlight, Adam's apple bobbing once, twice as they swallow. No doer flasks for these ancestors, just clay and stubbornness against the freeze. Stars wheel imperceptibly, arrayed in patterns that navigators and hopeless romantics both adore. A crumb of orange peel floats in your companion's mug, a sunken boat on garnet waves. Artifacts suggest some Celtic clans steeped bark in wine for toothaches, sacrificing taste for numb gums. The cold seeps through your trouser, seems now persistent, ignoring the wine's cautious benevolence. You stand, joints protesting, and offer a gloved hand. They accept, palm warm even through layers, rising beside you with a groan old men would envy. Underfoot, snow creaks its complaint, betraying frozen crust over powder, the season's sly treachery. They pause, scooping a handful of flakes, and press it briefly to their forehead. Lunatics, saints, both used winter meltwater for holy visions, results suspiciously similar to hypothermia. You trudge toward the Hoff's amber windows, each step punching through snow's brittle skin. Behind the bench gathers fresh downfall, already erasing your silhouettes, while the linden stretches shadow fingers toward your retreating boots. Their chuckle ghosts the air, muffled by scarves, just audible over your stomping tread. Next batch needs more cardamom. Or brandy. Maybe both. Snowflakes settle in their lashes, dissolving as they blink, leaving only dark, amused eyes. The door looms, oak planks sweating frost, iron handle dumb with cold. They shoulder it open, releasing a gush of hearth warmth, peat smoke, and the faint aftermath of spiced wine. You step through, snow shedding from boots like abandoned armor, into light that tastes like safety. Behind you, wind tests the linden's branches, finding no purchase, moving on to rattle loose shutters elsewhere. A last glance outside, the bench floats pale, isolated, under a sky aching with stars. The house swallows you whole, its walls humming with collected warmth as the latch clicks shut. Upstairs, a floorboard pops timber, adjusting to temperature like a drowsy giant. Your companion sheds their scarf, shaking snow onto the already damp mat before hanging it near the hearth. Steam slinks upward, wool surrendering captured winter, one slow tendril at a time. The empty mugs sit still radiant on the worn kitchen table, staining the wood with faint ruby rings. Matchstick men sketched in soot dance along the fireplace bricks, your own childhood attempt at permanence. They lean against the doorframe, watchful as you bank the fire, adding one log crosswise to breathe slow through the night. Ash shifts, whispering, as embers glow like watchful pupils in the dark. Moonlight filters through warped window panes, painting liquid shapes across the floorboards. They step into a silver puddle, boots hushed, now ghosting toward the stairs. Hand on the banister, they pause, head half-turned, listening. Somewhere deep in the stone foundations, the Hoff settles, its bones sighing into frost-hardened earth. Neither speaks, words unnecessary, overburdened where breath suffices. The hearth smoke curls blue at its edges, a drowsy serpent seeking the flue. You lift a poker, prodding the log, releasing a cascade of gold sparks. They smile soft, almost secret, before ascending, each stare mournful underfoot. You linger staring into coals, until the upstairs bedroom door whispers, shut its click a period on the night's last sentence. Cold prowls outside, scratching at windows, sniffing for cracks. You let it gnaw, knowing it cannot reach you here, not tonight. Embers dim, retreating into their own orange silence content. The poker rests, cooling, against the hearthstones, task complete. Silence drapes itself over furniture, over flagstones, over the hollowed-out wine pot. No hurry now. Your socked feet whisper across floorboards, toward the stairs, toward sleep's beckoning tide. Upstairs, a bedframe murmurs, straw mattress yielding. Downstairs, the fire exhales, a final wisp of smoke. Darkness gathers, patient for morning's return. The mug's rim meets your lips, heat trembling through the unglazed clay, a welcome sting against winter-chapped skin. Across from you, your companion's throat moves, a slow swallow, sinking with yours, the wine's gravity pulling you both earthward. Heat spreads like candle wax poured down your ribs, pooling somewhere below the sternum. They sigh, eyelids falling shut, lashes casting night-thin shadows on their cheeks. Shoulders slump, releasing tension you hadn't noticed, like ropes uncoiling after a long haul. Historians still argue whether medieval toasts began as poison checks, trust rituals, or just drunken mimicry of church rites. Your tongue swims through flavors, cloves, dagger point softened by honey's golden murmur. They tilt their head, studying the steam as if it holds prophecies. Frau Helga's ghost would throttle us with her apron strings if we let this go cold. A joke fragile, dissipating like their visible breath. Twilight stains the snow violet, draining color from everything but the wine's ruby depth. Your little finger brushes theirs, both gloves abandoned on the bench skin, registering the contact belatedly through layers of warmth. Some Norse clans drank binding cups before alliances, communal ale sealing oaths with shared swallow. Ice cracks in the linden's highest branches, a sharp report echoing through the courtyard. Neither of you flinches, rooted in this liquid truce against the freeze. Their knee knocks yours, apology or accident, you let it linger. They smirk, staring into their mug. Remember when you mistook mace for nutmeg? The batch tasted like a saddlebag, marinated in swamp water. You swatted their arm wine, sloshing your laughter short, sharp, startling an owl from the barn rafters. A snowflake lands in their drink, surviving 2 whole seconds before surrendering. Heavy wool muffles the world, shrinking it to this bench, this steam, this slow exchange of quiet. Feuds were settled over mulled wine in alpine villages, both parties sipping until grudges thawed. Their pinky hooks yours, properly now, callus scraping your knuckle, an anchor against the cold's encroachment. Your sip harmonizes with theirs, liquid rhythm syncing, 2 musicians reading the same score. Manuscripts suggest Charlemagne's scribes added pepper to wine to stay awake during marathon hymn-copying sessions. Moonlight glazes their temple, highlighting a scar, half buried by hairline, that ghost from a runaway cider press. The wine softens their edges further, unearthing the 20-year-old beneath life's weathering. Ancient Egyptian nobility drank date wine, stained blue with lapis, believing it opened portals to wisdom gods. Absurd, yes, but you try it tonight. They shift, boots scuffing snow, knee now fully pressed to yours. Heat radiates outward, converging where skin touches, defying physics and decorum. A bakery fire in a village 3 valleys over once spread from an overturned mulling pot. A cautionary tale never heeded. Your throat clicks, dry despite the drink, as their thumb traces the rim of their mug. Intentional, you think, until they speak. They dump cinnamon to hide spoiled vintages right. The thwarted tavern keepers, vocal cords rusty, disused tonight, pitching the question like a pebble into dark water. You nod, your own voice dusted with disuse, and cardamom for really desperate batches. The chuckle rasps, a winter branch scraping stone. Historians speculate Chaucer's pilgrims drank similar swill. That's why they told such bawdy tales, to distract from the taste. Their temple meets your shoulder, weight tentative, then settling as the linden's shadow stretches longer. Temple shoulder, the wine's slow burn, all three tilt your axis slightly, like the earth wobbling on its course. Bavarian monks added hallucinogenic herbs to communion wine, allegedly to elevate devotion. Church records remain coy. The last swallow waits, suspended in your mug's curve, a shared hesitation. They straighten, just enough to catch your eye, their smile crinkling frost-stiffened skin. Toasting without words, you tilt the vessels, clay kissing, before draining the final warmth. Heat plumes again, deeper this time, loosening the cold's grip on your vertebrae. They shudder, visible even through layers, a tremor they didn't suppress. Your own exhalation unfurls, long visible, a surrendered battle standard. Below, snow absorbs these quiet revolutions, the faint squeak of wool on wood, the click of empty mugs on frozen stone. No one speaks. No one needs to. Wind combs the linden's crown, rattling seed pods, scattering snow dust like sugar over your boots. They stand columns of wool and resolve, offering a mittened hand you take without hesitation. Boots crunch toward the Hof, toward firelight, toward the promise of seconds. Behind you, the bench holds its breath, abandoned, but not forgotten. Not yet. Your elbows rest on the worn oak table, the hearth's gleam pooling between your palms. The second mug of wine radiates through clay, its simmering scent spiked with what? Vanilla. Some sneaky addition scraped from the dregs of Frau Helga's spice drawer. Across the table, their fingers drum impatient, but their eyes stay soft, unfocused. Warmth has pinkened their cheeks, erasing the frost-bitten tightness from before. Would Charlemagne approve of tonight's blend? His royal brew apparently included powdered gold, flakes swirling like greedy fireflies, and they wonder whether it tasted like aristocratic regret. They snort, suddenly, into their drink. First kiss had this exact cinnamon honey reek. Their boot nudges yours, confession disguised as clumsiness. Middle school dance, spilled cider punch, some poor chaperone's scarf sacrificed to mop it up. Firelight sculpts the memory across their grin, uneven teeth, crinkle-eyed mischief. Monks in York Cathedral brewed ale with hallucinogenic herbs. They mention idly holy visions served by the tankard, until the archbishop sniffed out their recipe. Laughter leaps from your throat, abandoned there by the wine, as you imagine hooded figures tripping over their own robes. You counterpunch, offering your own humiliation, that disastrous cranberry harvest where you'd slipped, flooding the cellar with crimson sludge. Ghost stories still circulate, the wine-dark stain refusing to fade, even after 16 coats of whitewash. They lean in close enough that you catch cloves on their breath, nestled beneath vanilla's sweetness. Promise you'll torch this batch if I suggest bottling it for profit. Historians still argue whether Cleopatra dissolved pearls in wine to seduce Antony, or just to mock his thrifty Roman sensibilities. A log shifts, sparking the quiet, and their shoulder brushes yours, solid, unashamed. The hearth pop seems to punctuate their next sentence. Burnt my tongue once on cocoa chased with ice wine. They tip their mug, showing the liquid's slow swirl, their smirk daring you to judge. Your toes flex inside thick socks, a happy hum building in your chest. Pine resin and old wood smoke frame their face, all sharp angles gilded by firelight. In Burgundy, you murmur winemakers once buried glass in vineyards. Convinced moonlight trapped in bottles improved the grapes, not a theory improved by sobriety. But right now, it feels plausible. They groan, low, amused, as you describe torching your thumbnail, trying to light a backyard sherry barrel, aged 18. Failed pyrotechnics merit badge. Their knee knocks yours under the table, warm even through layers of wool. Silence stretches, not awkward, but expectant, like a stage waiting for its next act. Snow whispers against the shutter, the only sound apart from your breathing, and the hearths crackle. They break it gently. You ever try mead? Spice muddies their whisper, intimate, a secret passed over candle flames. You shake your head, your temple grazing their shoulder briefly, a match strike of contact. Their sigh warms your ear, tastes like licking a beehive in the best possible way. They tilt just enough, their temple resting against your crown, a fragile equilibrium of pressure and heat. Fire gleams in their mug, refracted garnet shards, mocking the hearth's oranges. You recall that tavern near Mainz, drunkenly betting you could balance spoons on your nose, and losing badly, spoils paid in sticky toffee wine that haunted your hangover for days. Their chuckle vibrates against your skull, approving complicit. Outside, the barn owl screeches, lonely or triumphant, hard to tell. Liquid courage, your whispered joke, as they peel away, their smile lingering like brandy's aftertaste. Empty mugs clink as you reach for the kettle, wine-dark steam rising to fog your spectacles. They hand you a rag, deliberate fingers grazing yours to wipe the lenses. The linen smells faintly of yeast, Sunday's bread making a late cameo. Draining the dregs, your legs wobble just once as the wine swirls in your veins like leaf-struck river currents. They steady you palm flat between your shoulder blades, briefly proprietorial. A mute toast hangs between you to balance, to warmth, to not tripping into the fire. Snow hems the windows, piling unseen, while you weren't looking, the night deepening from indigo to void black. Their finger circles their mugs, rim slow, hypnotic, the motion catching the firelight's last energy. You wonder aloud how Vikings tolerated their famously rancid mead, must have tasted like fermented bear sweat. Their laugh bursts free, loud, ricocheting off the timbered ceiling, your own mirth tangled with theirs. as the owl outside answers with an irritable hoot. Eyelids grow heavy wine fatigue, draping over your shoulders like quilts. They hum soft, a dissonant half-recollection of harvest songs. Dried herbs rustle in the rafters, releasing fragmented scents whenever the fire exhales. The room blurs, edges melting, as their shoulder becomes your pillow, your head tilting into the crook of their neck. Their pulse thrums beneath your cheek, steady, slowed by spiced contentment. Wool scratches your ear, their scent a fog of cloves and wood smoke. And something else, maybe the laundry soap from the village market, where you'd bought those horrendous striped socks. They shift, adjusting, permitting the weight of your skull against their collarbone. Boots slide off beneath the bench toes, wiggling near the hearth's lazy glow. The wine's final heat pulses behind your ribs, merciful steady, as their fingers card absently through your hair, halting at tangled spots, patient. Snow continues its silent work outside. The bench groans, wood protesting the shift as they slouch lower, accommodating your gradual collapse into drowsiness. Their sigh puffs against your forehead, even deep, matching your slowing inhalations. The wine's ghost lingers, honey and citrus oil, ghosting along your tongue, clinging like afterimages of summer. Behind closed lids, you see the vineyard, the Hoff's garden, the first cranberry harvest ruined by piglets loose from the pen, all memories polished smooth by tonight's slow sacrament. Cold creeps in from stone floors, from shadowed corners, but refuses to breach the hearth's dominion. Their hand stills, palm resting warm against your scalp, anchoring you to this quiet, this moment, this unspoken ceasefire against winter's bite. Ribs rise, fall against yours, a metronome synced to the embers' dying flickers. You don't fight the heaviness, don't lift your head. Not yet. Not when the wine still murmurs through your veins, whispering of old laughter, crumbled spices, and a bench under snow-laced linden boughs. You lift your chin from their shoulder neck stiff to find the sky fractured into diamond dust. Orion glides westward, his belt crooked sword dangling like a half-forgotten punchline. The cold bites sharper now, gnawing through wine's haze. But your emptied mug still radiates phantom heat against your palm. They point finger trembling slightly toward a blink of light arcing low. Wish on that one before it gets homesick. Beowulf's sailors used Polaris to steer, not that it saved them from sea monsters. Your wish curdles, a childish plea for summer, then dissolves as the meteor winks out. Their chuckle puffs white, then sags into a sigh. Ever hear how Vikings mapped stars with rune stones? One audacious theory claims they carved constellations onto walrus tusks while drunk. Results suggesting Neptune wore a comically swollen helmet. You snort, imagining a hammered mariner etching wobbly lines his mead, sloshing over celestial charts. A tendril of steam escapes your lips, mocking your dwindling warmth. The bench feels harder, as if frost crept into its joints while you weren't looking. They shift, resting their temple against yours, eyelashes brushing your cheekbone when they blink. Historians still argue whether Roman wine ships navigated by Beetlejuice's red gleam or just hugged the coast like sensible landlubbers. You squint at Sirius, dog star, pulsing icy blue above the barn. My uncle swore it howled during harvest moons. They huff, a sound frayed with cold, and tuck their nose deeper into their scarf. German farmers once planted turnips under specific constellations, believing the stars salted the soil through their tears. Wind sneaks between the linden branches, rattling ice-coated twigs. You shiver, suddenly aware of how your toes have numbed, wine's glow retreating toward your core. They press closer, sidelong warmth pooling, where your hips meet under shared blankets. Their thumb traces the rim of their mug, chasing residual spice. Satellites crawl through Cassiopeia's sprawl, modern interlopers in the old myths. You track one silent, its path too steady for any heavenly body. They nudge you, nodding toward Ursa Major. Bears dragging her cub uphill again. Ancient Egyptians saw a hippo with a knife there, which feels unnecessarily violent for a bedtime sky. You flex stiff fingers, regretting forgotten gloves. When your knuckles brush theirs, skin icy, they loop their pinky around yours, a feeble anchor against the cold. Their pulse taps against your fingertips, steady, unhurried. Down in the village, a lone car engine coughs, then dies, leaving the Hof wrapped in perfect stillness. The North Star winks, a smug sentry, unmoving, while the rest of heaven wheels around it. Navigators mutinied when it shifted once. They murmur, lips grazing your earlobe, half-baked rebellion over a star's fickle loyalty, a complaint you could almost respect. Venus emerges, a butter-yellow smear above the eastern woods, and they groan. Morning's gossip already arriving. Dawn feels unthinkable, a betrayal of this frozen, private dark. You fumble for your mug, lift it toward the stars, and find a single crimson droplet clinging to the clay. It glints, a dying ember, before your tongue claims it, the flavor muted, but the bite still there. They mimic you tipping their head back, throat working as they swallow nothing. Firelight from the long-dead hearth still dances in their irises, memory outlasting flame. You count 7 visible Pleiades, though your grandmother swore only 6 justified winters suffering. The barn owl glides past, a phantom smudge against starfields, its wings sighing through air sharp enough to slice. They flinch, then laugh, embarrassed, their shoulders bumping yours. Thought it was the ghost of Frau Helga's oversoured pickles. Aircraft lights crawl eastward, flashing like dull rubies. You track them, wondering if some passenger peers down, envying your tiny island of warmth in all this dark. Viking poets called stars Dagmel spark. The embers breakfast cooks blew from their hearths into dawn's canvas. You prefer that to sterile astrophysics, a sky stitched from homemakers' leftovers. Your breath sinks, now inhales overlapping, exhales braiding in the air. They list sideways, just a fraction, their weight becoming yours. Rigel, Beetlejuice, Bellatrix, Names you murmur like a lullaby, each syllable icing the dark. When teeth begin chattering yours or theirs, it's hard to tell. You rise together, limbs stiff as dried herbs. The climb back to the house feels longer, your footprints from earlier filled in by fresh snow. The path reinvented while you weren't looking. Stars burn colder now, pinpricks through black velvet, indifferent as you retreat indoors. But in your ribs, the wine's ember still pulses faithful, outlasting even the night's sharpest stars. The door clicks shut, slicing off the night's icy breath. And suddenly, every scent in the room rushes forward like eager hounds. Your scarf scratches your neck as you unwind it, its scratchy wool smelling of wood smoke. But when you bunch the fabric near your nose, cloves wink through, sharp defiant, an echo of steam rising from clay mugs. They hang their scarf beside yours, fringe brushing fringe, like two old gossips sharing secrets. The dyes leach fragrance too, you realize, madder root and weld blossoms. Roman weavers used fermented urine to fix color, which explains the museum piece Pong. Your scarf's plotting a mutiny. It smells like Frau Helga's spice drawer exploded. You peel off your gloves next, knuckle stiff as walnut shells, and catch cinnamon lurking under the lanolin musk. They sniff your wrist, then recoil. You've been assimilated. It's in your sweat now. Congratulations. An 18-year-old duchess once sewed cloves into her corset seams, believing their heat would melt suitors' resolve, only to sneeze halfway through a royal waltz. Boots thud onto the mat, snow sloughing off in gritty heaps. Yet even wet wool carries orange peel's ghost. You topple onto the bench, elbows bumping theirs, both too tired to care. The hearth exhales stale warmth, emberless, the wine pot a shadow in the corner, crusted with spice sludge. Tomorrow you'll scrub it, but tonight you let the residue of garnet swirls linger. They pluck at their sweater cuff, finger tracing a pilled ridge where wine splashed earlier, a new fault line of scent. Vintage perfume collectors covet gloves from Renaissance courts, you know, not for the leather, but sweat-stained bergamot seeping through kid skin. Historians still argue whether medieval spiced wine disguised rotten grapes or genuinely cured melancholia with honeyed optimism. Your sleeve brushes your cheek as you rub sleep from your eyes. And there's cardamom again, smoky sweet, nestled in the fibers. A monk's diary from 1202 complains of incense clinging to his hood, fogging his prayers with market day greed. You bury your nose in your elbow, inhaling the trapdoor memory of steam and starlight, then groan. We're marinated, no surviving tomorrow's small talk. They snort, peeling off socks, toes wiggling like pale grubs. Blame the Egyptians. They invented perfumed unguents just to avoid bathing. Frozen cranberry juice speckles their collar, tiny Rorschach blots, accusing your pouring skills. Tomorrow, you'll both sniff sleeves mid-conversation, pausing, transported mouths half open, as interlocutors exchange pitying looks. The stairs creak underfoot, each step releasing cedar resin and older things, mice nesting in the walls, dried lavender sachets crumbling to dust between beams. Their hand grazes the banister rough-hewn, smelling less of wood than generations of lanolin-polished palms. This house sweats history and gingerbread, they mutter. Upstairs, the bedroom window gapes open a crack, inviting in crystalline air that sharpens every scent. Your scarf slithers from your neck, reluctant, as you drape it over the bedpost. Moonlight stripes the wool, highlighting frayed edges where brain fog or too much wine tugged threads loose. 17th century dandies, stuffed gloves with nutmeg sachets, convinced ladies would faint delirious at their wrist-scented approach. They flop onto the quilt, arms splayed, exhaling hard enough to flutter dust motes. My sweater's conducting a clove symphony. Kill the first violinist, would you? You kneel, nose grazing their sternum, inhaling sheep wool tannins, horse stable sweat, and the indomitable whisper of mulled wine's persistence. Someone, probably Vikings, thought hanging clothes over juniper fires warded off scent-pinching elves. Your scarf flops forward, tickling your clavicle, its spice signature deepening as body heat retreats. Tomorrow morning, stumbling downstairs, you'll snag it mid-yawn, pausing as honeyed warmth ghosts your chin, a memory, unspooling before coffee's crude intervention. They wind their scarf into a pillow, muffling their voice. Mad King Ludwig kept a vineyard just for scenting his handkerchiefs. All that effort. Then he drowned in 3 feet of lake. You both undress slow, fabric peeling away, each layer surrendering fragments of the night. Their shirt crumples, arcing toward the chair, sleeve snagging on a knob, suspended like a drunken ghost. A fresh drift of cinnamon rises as wool hits oak. Shelves use them. They grumble eyelids at half-mast. Beneath it, all skin smells of salt and cold-rinsed exhaustion. No spice left there, just human, animal, tired, real. You twist your hair into a knot, exposing your nape, where against all logic, clove oil, apparently pooled, burnished by body heat, pungent, dense. They nuzzle closer, nostril flaring, officially cruel. You smell like a baker's revenge fantasy. The quilt swallows you linen stiff, with age, blue dye bleeding into cream threads. She, your grandmother, boiled it with camphor yearly. Yet here, buried in folds, is a phantom wisp of orange zest. Historians catalog herring brine stains and lead makeup traces in old textiles. But who studies the cinnamon ghosts clinging to widows' shawls decades after their last shared cup? Their knee bumps yours under the covers, a familiar heat budding between limbs. They hook their ankle over yours, chill, fading at last. Outside, branches scritch against slate tiles, the hoff settling into its bones. Pine resin, snowmelt, dormant earth seep through the cracked window. Yet your pillow radiates cardamom's green insistence, relentless as the hour before dawn. Sleep tugs, insistent, but your scarf still sings its spice aria from the bedpost. You imagine Fraulein Klaus, 1870, weaving this very wool, her fingers stained purple from bilberries. never guessing how many noses would press into its folds, seeking vanished wine, lost winters, faces blurred by time. They snuffle, half asleep. If you dream of cinnamon rolls, warn me before biting. Morning will come, yes, frost etching ferns across panes, coffee's acidic bark dominating the room. But for now, the scarves whisper, draped like sentinels, hoarding their stolen fragrance through the thinning dark. Your breath slows, melding with theirs, a susurrus beneath the house's deeper sighs. The last thing you register, before night swallows you whole, is a final vapor of honey sweet, stubborn, clinging to your bottom lip. Your scarf slips from the bedpost, lands soft as cat's paw on floorboards, its cinnamon aura pooling in moonlit dust. Downstairs, the hearth exhales a last gray breath, coals collapsing into skeletal ash. That stubborn wine stain on the kettle's belly glints dully, like dried blood from a minor skirmish. Romans banked fires under layers of ash to preserve embers, a nightly gamble against dawn's chill. Shadows thicken, creeping up stone walls, velvet curtains drawn by some invisible stagehand. The room cools, joints of oak beams contracting with soft ticks, lintels settling deeper into mortar. You'd swear the Hof yawns, stretching its timbered ribs, content to return to centuries-old silence. No more clink of ladles, no hiss of steam, just the weight of spent warmth pressed under winter's heel. Across the room, the spice-stained spoon lies abandoned, stiffening into a sweet-smelling fossil. A medieval Dutch folktale claims hearth imps lick utensils clean at midnight, their tongues leaving copper brighter. Tomorrow's scrubbing will prove that wrong honey cementing itself to metal regardless of folklore. Historians still argue whether pepper in old wine recipes warded off bacteria or just made vinegar palatable for gold-gilded throats. Mouse claws scritch inside wainscoting, pausing when the last ember cracks open, a dying star spitting final gold. The log it birthed from split last Tuesday once stood in Louis XIV's Versailles gardens. Or so the woodcutter swore when charging double. Flames devoured that royal lineage hours ago, reducing king's trees to bitter carbon and memory. Moonlight slides sideways, catching the cranberry dribble on the table edge. Now a ruby glacier frozen mid-slide. Your boot scuffed that puddle earlier, a crimson comet tail arcing toward the rug. Tomorrow's soap will wage war. But tonight, it blooms unchallenged, a microbial Cabernet Sauvignon party. Renaissance housemaids bribed scribes to hide wine spills in noble inventories, taking the blame for drunk counts, knocking over goblets. Wind shoulders through a chink in the mortar, flirting with ash, lifting a gray snow devil across the floor. The cat's water bowl shivers, ringlets chasing each other like otters in a mill race. Cold winds the room inch by inch, frost sketching ferns under window sills, silver filigree claiming unguarded surfaces. Pre-Christian tribes buried hot stones under floor hay to cheat the dark hours, though charred paw prints suggested dogs betrayed the secret first. Upstairs, your companion murmurs, a dream sound too shapeless for words, as blankets rustle. Their left sock, discarded halfway to the stairs, still hoards a cardamom pod in its toe. The house absorbs these scents, timbers drinking spice steam, until summer's humidity sweats it back out. 17 generations of bare feet have sanded these stairs. Yet every winter, the ghosts of mulling spices return, clinging to sap lines like amber in ancient pine. Pewter mugs huddle on the sideboard, their dregs crusting into herbal scabs, while the ladle handle points accusatorily west. Tomorrow, boiling water will dissolve this evidence. But for now, the dregs ferment, releasing sneaky alcohol vapors intended for no one. Tudor housewives sprinkled bay leaves into empty tureens, believing their bitterness scared off pilfering servant girls or overly inquisitive saints. The hearth's iron grate contracts, pinging like a distant buoy bell as cold tightens its grip. That burgundy stain on your cuff, barely visible now, will bloom anew in daylight. A floral Rorschach test for laundresses. Byzantine emperors dyed their beards with wine lees, pretending to wisdom's crimson aura, until sweating during speeches betrayed the trick. Shadows merge, corners dissolving into black syrup, until only the kettle retains shape, a hunched sentinel guarding its own sticky history. Your grandmother's voice drifts up, unbidden, advising a vinegar soak for the pot, as if death hadn't cancelled her housekeeping subscription. Historians still argue whether medieval sleepers shared beds for warmth, or because flea hunting required teamwork. Down cellar, the leftover wine sinks deeper into its jug, undisturbed by the house's size. Wild yeast continues its stealth work, converting sugar into fizz, building pressure against thick glass. By epiphany, it'll taste of fireworks and damp soil reeking of miracles no one witnessed. The last coal winks out, plunging the room into final darkness, your scarf spice, song fading with the light. Outside, snow absorbs even the owl's cry, swaddling the Hoff in woolen silence, as upstairs, your dreaming fingers twitch, clutching at cinnamon-thick air. Dawn bleeds through the frosted window, casting weak light onto the battlefield of last night's indulgence. Your palms press into the wash basin, sinking through suds into yesterday's warmth. Water laps at your wrists, turning the wine-stained liquid a diluted rose, like winter sunrise smeared across dirty snow. Medieval maids scrubbed with barley straw, its silica edges scouring pewter. But this clay prefers gentler hands. One by one, you lift the mugs, their insides crusted with drunken constellations of spice and dried fruit. The first resists its rim, clinging to a cardamom pod corpse, until steaming water coaxes it loose with a soft pop. Hot liquid sluices down the clay, unveiling earthy red beneath the brown scum. You almost apologize as the last burgundy rivulet surrenders, circling the drain like a defeated dragon. A cranberry seed escapes your sponge, darting across the water's surface. A tiny Viking ship fleeing the fray. Tudor kitchen ghosts whisper. They believed leaving one cup unwashed lured benevolent spirits, promising future feasts. You let it bob there for now, in case Great Aunt Helga's ghost craves a spectral nightcap. Ceramic sighs under your touch pours, releasing trapped cinnamon. Air bubbles, rising like dormant memories. These cups lived before electricity, carried by hands that never saw light bulbs, only candles guttering in midnight drafts. The widest one still bears Theres's thumbprint, your great-grandmother, pressed into soft clay during its making. 83 summers of spiced wine, 83 winters of diligent scrubbing, all archived in its curves. Suds multiply, foam cresting like alpine snow, while the ladle floats belly up, playing dead. History clings in odd places, a faint orange peel scar on the kettle's lip, a honey fossil lodged in the spoon's joint. Historians still argue whether Roman lead pipes amplified wine's sweetness or just poisoned entire banquet halls between compliments to the chef. Your knuckles brush stray cloves circling the basin, their once pungent bite reduced to woody floaters. They'll haunt the drain for weeks, emerging unexpectedly like awkward party guests who overstay. Laughter bubbles up, remembering France last winter, claiming a clove in his teeth, proved the wine authentically medieval. Never mind dentists charging ducats to fix the hole it left. Pewter mugs surrender faster, their smooth sides slick under suds, hiding yesterday's dregs without protest. 2 bare teeth marks from when Johann tried multitasking drinking while repairing a wagon wheel, earning a bent fork and a dentist's bill. Renaissance housewives cursed pewter, blaming its softness for preserving every scrape, while secretly loving how it didn't shatter during drunkards' brawls. The water grays, spices dissolving their last stand, twisting like smoke as you pull the plug. For a moment, the ghost of cinnamon hangs above the sink, a swirl of fragrance resisting the inevitable. 19th century parlor tricks pretended to capture such vapors in bell jars, selling memory air to nostalgic widows before science ruined the scam. You rinse each vessel under the icy pump, shocking away residual warmth, fingers numbing as clay cools. The cat watches unimpressed from her throne of discarded dish towels, golden eyes tracking droplets splattering the stone floor. She knows this ritual better than you, has seen 17 winters of it, waits patiently for the moment you'll warm milk in the newly cleaned pot. Drying reveals forgotten wounds. A chip in handle number 3, earned during a toast to Bismarck's irrelevant birthday. The crack in mug 5, hair-lined with decades of resin, still holds traces of last year's honey. Archaeologists would weep over such layers, peeling back time through strata of spilled libations, while you just sigh, wishing for dishwasher-safe ancestors. Moonlight lingers on the windowsill, fighting dawn's advance, as you line the clean troops on the sideboard. Unglazed clay whispers under your palms, still humming with residual heat from the water, a shadow warmth clinging to its skin. Tomorrow they'll sit empty, patient, until the first frost tempts you to resurrect the ritual. In the drying rack, the spoons cross like swords, forks lay down arms, today's ceasefire holding. Tonight, they'll rally again for soup duty, oblivious to their brief retirement. Renaissance engravers hid profanities on noble cutlery, knowing only scullery maids would ever squint close enough to read them. You inspect a tarnished salad fork nope, just tines bent from Johann's ill-fated armor-making phase. Cold climbs your sleeves, air gnawing through wool as the pump water chills your bones. A shiver snakes down your spine, echoing those medieval scullions dunking hands in frozen courtyard barrels, praying for spring. At least you cheat with wool socks, knitted thick as monastery walls, though your toes still pine for August. One stray cranberry winks from the floorboards, dried into a tart raisin, defying both broom and dignity. Leave it. Let next summer's ants throw a rave over this fermented prize, nature recycling your carelessness into celebration. Victorians paid fortunes for desiccated atmosphere collections, bits of famous banquets glued into albums, as if history could be bottled like jam. Sunlight finally conquers the east window, gilding the clean cups, transforming them into a row of ruddy sentinels. Their shadows stretch long across the wood, pointing toward the cellar stairs, where the next wine jug waits in patient darkness. Later, you'll descend, pretending not to notice how the best vintages hide behind the sauerkraut crocks, winking like rubies in a dragon's hoard. Towels hang slack, drained of purpose, soggy soldiers dismissed until the next skirmish. The cat stretches, yawns, abandons her perch, trailing one final cinnamon-scented hair across the counter. You exhale, steam from your breath tangling with fading spice ghosts, the ritual complete, but not forgotten. Clay remembers, even when empty, its skin holding the phantom heat of 1,000 pores, waiting for winter's call to wake again. You kneel before the hearth, hands hovering over yesterday's battlefield, where embers cling to half-charred logs like glowing beetles. Ash powders your fingertips, gray as a monk's habit, as you scoop the coldest fragments into a pail. Tudor housemaids saved this dust for soap making, believing fire's remains held cleansing power, though yours just chokes the geraniums. A stubborn oak chunk resists the poker, its heart still pulsing orange beneath soot-black skin. You let it lie, king of the rubble heap, dreaming of its forest prime. 14th century peasants slept near these fading coals, renting hearth space by the hour, their breath fogging the same stones you now sweep. Iron tools clank softly, shovel and broom performing their dusty duet, while the cat sneezes from her sentry post, her tail flicks, annoyed at the cloud invading her nap, until a drifted ash flake earns a bemused poswat. Napoleon's troops purportedly carried kittens in their coats, tiny battlefield heaters, though yours would demand treaties signed in cream before enlisting. The flue creaks under your touch, its chain cold as a dungeon hinge as you nudge it wider. Air whistles down, stirring the ashes into miniature snow devils before settling into obedient drafts. Historians still debate whether Viking longfires burned continuously for years, or if that's just sagas exaggerating like drunk skalds at a feast. New logs nestle into the great birch bark, curling like antique parchment, awaiting tonight's resurrection. They smell of August thunderstorms, sap bleeding where the axe bit deep, sweetness sealed under winter's freeze. Your thumb catches a splinter, drawing one bright bead of blood, a crimson offering to the fire gods. Medieval widows whispered that hearth blood averted lightning strikes, while you just reach for the rag. Kindling snaps into place, twigs arranged like a bird's nest, awaiting tomorrow's match. Beneath them, the surviving ember breathes slow, a drowsy dragon guarding its hoard of heat. 19th century scientists tried bottling this perpetual fire for expeditions, only to open flasks full of disappointment and extinct wet charcoal. Sand grinds under your boots, hauled from the riverbank last autumn, scattered now to smother runaway sparks. Each grain remembers glacial journeys, crushed mountains riding meltwater before retiring as a floor-bound bouncer. Renaissance children pocketed these grains as fairy sugar, sprinkling it on mud pies, unaware they chewed geology. The bellows lean against the stones, leather lips parted in a silent yawn, their lungs deflated until needed. You stroke its handle, worn smooth by ancestors' palms, imagining all the breaths it's pushed into stubborn flames. A tiny heartwood knot stares up from the newest log, its eye-shaped whorl following you, like Odin's raven judging your fire-building skills. Shadows thicken as you rise, ash motes dancing in the window's weak light, swirling like phantom fireflies. Your knees protest, echoing those long-dead scullions who scrubbed these same flagstones, their arthritis ignored until it bit like winter wolves. Cold nips at your neck, reminding you to fetch tomorrow's woodpile from under the eaves. Splinters bite through wool gloves, fresh-cut fur resisting its fate, as you stack the arsenal against autumn's chill. One log sports a beetle hole, perfect for hiding love notes, if you had anyone to write them besides the cat. The hearth broom sheds its bristles, leaving a trail of straw skeletons as you sweep the last ash into oblivion. A half-burned nail winks in the debris, some long-ago craftsman's accident, now melted into an L-shaped relic. Archaeologists sift through worse for clues, while you flick it into the pail, another ghost dismissed. Dusk arrives early, gray fingers smudging the window panes as you light an oil lamp against the gloom. Its flame bobs, a tiny sun in training, casting wavering giants on the soot-stained walls. 19th century poets compared such flickering light to dying hopes. But yours just illuminates where you left the butter knife. You bank the ash pail near the door, winter's first snowflake kissing its rim before it melts into a tear. Tomorrow this gray powder will grit the icy path, medieval ice melt for clumsy feet, though salt works better and doesn't kill the roses. Stones retain residual warmth beneath your palm, radiating memories of yesterday's blaze, a bedrock lullaby. The cat claims this spot instantly, a furry loaf basking in borrowed heat, her purr syncopated with the wind outside. 30 generations of mousers napped here, their dreams full of crackling logs and shrews too slow to flee. Embers shift, their faint glow throbbing like a heartbeat as the house settles into creaking silence. Every groan in the rafters, every mouse scritch in the walls, amplified by anticipation of dawn's chores. You sip cool water, tasting faint iron from the well, imagining it's mulled wine, smuggled past your own better judgment. Moonlight bleeds through the shutters, painting silver stripes across the dormant hearth, a preview of frost's artistry. Your breath frosts the air, each exhale a fleeting ghost, joining centuries of others in the rafters. Even the broom seems to lean closer, eavesdropping on the fire's whispered promises of tomorrow's resurrection. One final log shifts, its bark peeling like old wallpaper, revealing pinkish wood beneath. You press a hand to its unburned face, cool now, but destined for transmutation. Tree becoming heat, becoming memory. The Romans believed hearth ashes could cure melancholia, though yours mostly cure slippery walkways and overly ambitious dandelions. The lamp sputters, oil running low, as shadows creep from the corners like cautious spies. You turn down the wick, darkness pooling around your ankles, until only the ember's pulse remains. In that dim glow, the hearth becomes a cave mouth, a cathedral, a sleeping beast, depending on how long you've squinted. Silence stretches thick as monastery honey, punctuated by the cat's tail thumping stone. Somewhere beneath these flags, centuries of ash layer the earth, a stratigraphy of warmth and work. Tomorrow, you'll repeat the dance, tending flames, as your forebears did, adding another thin line to the story. Cold air slithers down the chimney, teasing the ember, daring it to surrender. But deep within the ash, heat endures, patient as seeds in frozen soil. Your fingers close around the flue chain, its metal teeth cold against your palm, as you whisper the fire's temporary goodnight. Your eyelids flutter, frost-white patterns swimming in your vision, as you blink awake to a window transformed. Ice feathers branch across the glass, each frond so precise, you'd swear winter hired a calligrapher overnight. You press a fingertip to the chill, melting a porthole through the frozen tapestry, where dawn stains the eastern hills like watered wine. 19th century meteorologists sketched these crystalline formations in leather-bound journals, mistaking nature's whim for some grand taxonomy. The hearth exhales, a final warm sigh, as you shuffle toward the stove. Your sock snags on a floorboard, dragging loose a splinter longer than your dignity. You pluck it free, tossing it into weak embers, where it glows briefly, a martyr for clumsy feet. Medieval peasants believed frost patterns predicted harvests. Thin fern shapes meant lean winters. Crude starfish meant storms. Yours mostly mean the window needs caulking. Porcelain clinks, your favorite mug, warming beneath steaming chicory, its fumes bitter but honest. The brew coats your tongue, sharpening the world's edges, as morning yawns gray beyond the frost lattice. Historians still argue whether Tudor chimneys worsened London's ice fairs at the time, or if the frozen Thames just liked showing off. You trace the frozen filigree, feeling the pain shudder as a sparrow lands outside, its tiny claws scritching the ice. Its breath puffs, a ghostly punctuation mark, as it peers through your melted peephole. You mimic its cocked-head curiosity, two creatures momentarily united by glass, before it flees in a flurry of brown feathers. Renaissance alchemists collected such breath frost, claiming it held the soul's ephemeral weight. But you just wipe the fog with your sleeve. The stove growls, a log shifting as winter gnaws at the Hoff's timber bones. Drafts waltz under door frames, nipping your ankles, until you jam a frayed rug against the gap. Far easier than the circa 1620 solution, where Frankish farmers reportedly stuffed cracks with goose grease and desperation. Frost thickens as temperatures drop, fractals layering like lace on lace, until the world beyond dissolves into milky haze. Your thumbnail tests the ice, etching a crude, smiley face, its jagged mouth mocking your captivity. A dendritic arm spirals from its forehead, fortune-teller style, as if predicting more damned snow. Your breath fogs the remaining clear patches, drawing a lopsided heart, only to watch it weep downward into oblivion. Outside, hoarfrost encrusts the linden branches, transforming them into skeletal chandeliers. You imagine the tree's dreams, sap sluggish beneath bark, its roots clutching earth like a miser's fists. Botanists once thought trees hibernated the way bears do. Now they murmur about slowed metabolism, while you mutter about firewood. The cold seeps deeper, creeping up your spine as you refill the mug. Your knuckles brush the stove's flank, wincing at the sudden heat, a quick baptism to thaw frozen joints. 17th century samovars often sported similar fern motifs. Frozen beauty made permanent in polished metal. But your tin pot wears dents and experience instead. You press your palm flat against another frosted pane, melting a handprint halo through which the Hoff's snow-draped courtyard emerges. Footprints from last night's wine run snake toward the woodpile, already half buried by fresh powder. An imperfect record of thirst versus frostbite. Archaeologists found similar prints in Norwegian glaciers last year, Bronze Age sandals fleeing some long-forgotten storm. Ice feathers grow while your back is turned, their fractal empire expanding into the southwest corner. One particularly ambitious tendril perfectly mimics the Hoff cat's tail, right down to the rebellious kink at the tip. You glance at the cat herself, draped over the warm bread oven, utterly unimpressed by her icy doppelganger. Whether never-earned cheese, a gust rattles the shutters, sending ice dust cascading from the windowsill, a miniature blizzard for the dead geraniums. Their crisp brown leaves rustle, a dry whisper of summers past, as you pour leftover chicory into the pot. Some Victorian gardener probably hybridized these plants while obsessed with botanical hardiness, a fancy term for surviving drafty parlors and neglect. Sunrise finally breaches the hills, gilding the frost into stained glass, transforming your kitchen into a chapel of crackled light. Shadows stretch across the floor blue and sharp as shattered cobalt, while your breath plumes in the sunbeams like cheap stage fog. Medieval glaziers reportedly studied ice patterns for cathedral window designs before realizing lead was slightly more durable in July. You exhale slowly, fogging a clean circle on the glass, and sketch a tiny ship within it. Ice retakes the edges before you finish the mainsail, frost advancing steady as a siege. Your vessel dissolves, its mast devoured by crystalline waves, until only the crow's nest remains a fading smudge. Viking navigators read Frozen, seas this way, deciphering safe paths between lethal flows, unlike your doomed doodle. The cat stretches her claws, kneading the rag rug as she pads toward the cold door. She sniffs the draft, whiskers bristling, before retreating to the stove's orbit with aristocratic disdain. Some fringe meteorologist in the 1980s theorized that cats predict snowfall by tracking static electricity, a hypothesis funded entirely by cat food companies hoping to sell weather whisker calendars. Frost migration continues, one entire pane now opaque, a blind eye turned to the whitewashed world. You press your cheek against it, feeling the cold bite until your ear aches, and the cat judges you audibly. 19th century duelists slapped each other with frozen gloves. The ultimate, let's take this outside, though you settle for peeling an apple instead. Sun climbs higher, its weak rays prying at the ice as meltwater beads along the sills. Drops plink into a tin pan, a lethargic metronome, each note deeper than the last as the day warms infinitesimally. Tudor housewives harvested this window tier water for laundry, believing it lifted stains better than well water, while modern science shrugs and recommends bleach. You trace a thaw line with your fingertip, liquid advancing, frost retreating, their front shifting by the minute. The ice puts up stubborn resistance around the edges, clinging to sash corners like besieged soldiers, until sunlight breaches their ranks. Glaciologists monitor similar battles on polar shelves, though minus your steaming breath fogging their equipment. Your mug muffles a chuckle. The cat leaps onto the sill, her body heat accelerating the melt as she licks condensation with precise pink swipes. Her reflection warps in the remaining frost, a funhouse mirror version, all stretched whiskers and liquid mercury eyes. Some medieval bestiaries described cats as small frost dragons, breathers of crystalline venom. But yours just coughs up a hairball onto your slippers. Meltwater trickles down the wall, forming a tea-colored puddle by the baseboard, where the rug promptly drinks it. You should wipe it up, truly. But inertia holds you captive by stove's fractional warmth. If winters make us slatterns, blame thermodynamics while shivering. Frost reasserts itself as clouds reclaim the sun, new patterns spiraling over old ghost ships, a palimpsest written in ice. Historians still debate whether the Little Ice Age birthed Europe's obsession with hedge mazes, or if nobles just liked watching guests get lost while they sipped warm mead inside. Shadows stretch, blue and hungry, across the flagstones as afternoon surrenders to early dusk. The stove hums, fed fresh logs, its iron belly glowing contentedly plans afoot to install storm windows next autumn. If summer laziness doesn't erase the memory of chilblains, your breath steadies, no longer pluming theatrically as the room grudgingly warms. Frost's grip loosens, retreating to the window's corners, where it glitters defiantly in lamplight. Tomorrow it'll return, same salvos, same slow melt, until spring finally breaks winter's siege. For now it etches its fern's farewell, one frond dissolving even as you watch, the last jeweled thorn dripping onto the sill as full dark falls. The door groans, breaking the Hoff's warm seal as you step into snowfall's velvet hush. Your boots sink, velcroed by powder, each crunch muffled as if the world slipped on earmuffs. Napoleon's troops suffered this same eerie quiet during their 1812 retreat, bootsteps swallowed by Russian snowdrifts, their cannon wheels dragging like reluctant ghosts. Snowflakes land on your sleeve, each a lace fingerprint, melting only when studied too closely. You tilt your head back, tongue catching a cold star, its brief sweetness stolen by the next flurry. 17th century Bavarian farmers believed fresh snow cured melancholy, prescribing 3 mouthfuls at dawn, though yours just tastes like cloud and chimney smoke. Every surface wears thick ermine fence posts, transformed into squat sentinels, the woodpile into an ivory fortress. Even the linden trees' bare limbs sag, frosted like cathedral pipe organs, silenced mid-chord, their music trapped in ice. Historians still argue whether the white Christmas of 1708 shifted European power balances, or if politicians just blamed the weather for their poor choices. Your breath hangs, a stubborn phantom, as you wade toward the frozen well. The rope's icy crust bites through mittens, burning grooves into your palms before the bucket emerges, glazed like a giant sugar cube. Medieval monks brewed snow beer during such winters, believing meltwater made ale clearer, though you suspect their vows included creative loopholes. Silence amplifies tiny violences, a pine branch shedding its snowy burden, the scritch-scratch of a vole tunneling somewhere beneath your boots. Sound travels oddly over snow, a phenomenon Arctic explorers noted their voices snapping like frozen twigs instead of bending. That red squirrel chittering sounds distant as a dream, yet perches inches from your shoulder, her cheek stuffed with acorns. You pause, listening to nothing, or rather to the absence of everything else, a void so profound it hums. 18th century philosophers called this winter's aria, the music of molecules slowing, though your numb ears register only sublime emptiness. Snow blankets, even memories, dulling yesterday's splinters, tomorrow's kindling needs, leaving only this crystalline now. Plumes rise from neighboring chimneys, wool-gray smudges against dove-white sky, signs of other souls bunkered down. Your scarf itches, a trapped snowflake scratching, but removing it would invite winter's kiss down your neck. Some temptations aren't worth the frostbite. The Hoff cat follows, her paw prints precise as embroidery, until she balks at the drift's edge. She glares, as if you engineered this inconvenience before retreating inside, where floors don't bite toe beans. Victorian naturalists claimed cats predict blizzards by washing behind their ears, a myth likely invented by cats themselves to excuse constant grooming. Snow clings to your lashes, blurring the world into impressionist smears as you trudge past the herb garden. Frozen rosemary spikes resemble coral reefs' time mounds, like miniature igloos, while sage leaves fossilize under glassy rinds. Tudor apothecaries harvested snow-blessed herbs for frostbite salves, though you'll settle for spiced wine repairs later. Light shifts, clouds thinning, revealing a sun bleached as bone china. Your shadow stretches, a blue spectre, rippling over drifts like oil on milk. Albrecht Dürer sketched similar elongated forms during freakish cold spells, his charcoal capturing winter's skeletal grip on Nuremberg rooftops. Crunch-squelch rhythms lull your thoughts. Left boot, right boot, left boot hypnosis by footfall. Walking meditation, monks call it, except their gravel paths lack this knee-deep resistance, unless Tibetan yetis prefer cardio challenges. You reach the orchard, snow-draped trees, now anonymous sculptures. No hint of summer's gnarly branches or wormy apples beneath. Each trunk wears a snowy collar, tilted northeast, where winds sculpt every drift into frozen waves, proving yet again that nature adores a dramatic contour. A jay braves the open, swooping toward the feeder, its blue feathers vivid against monochrome. It scolds empty seed tray before scattering snow with indignant wing beats, dusting your boots with icy glitter. During Elizabethan winters, street vendors sold dyed snow cones as fairy banquets to gullible Londoners, sugar scams being timeless as frostbite. Your mittens stiffen, ice-armored fingers aching despite wool's promises, so you tuck hands under arms, approximating a human pretzel worth of warmth. Thin ice cracks on the rain barrel, its fractals spreading like slow lightning, a reminder that frozen things fracture under pressure, like soldiers or pie crusts or ex-lovers. Snow fills your mind too, blanketing thoughts, muting the usual static, leaving only quiet awe. Even the Hoff's worries, leaky roof, dwindling firewood, falter under such purity, temporary as footprints in fresh powder. Scientists say each snowflake crystallizes around a speck of dust, proof that beauty often grows from grit. But right now poetics trump particle physics. The path home beckons, your earlier tracks already softening, erased by wind's restless fingers. Walking backward, you admire twin troughs, the last proof of your pilgrimage. Before the next squall swallows them, chores can wait. Laziness feels righteous when thermometers cower. By the stoop you pause, striking a fake heroic pose, snow-caked and red-nosed, until laughter thaws your stern facade. No audience but the blind porch light, its glow haloed by flakes. But you bow anyway, grateful for winter's theater, for hot wine waiting inside, for mittens finally shed like icy cocoons. Cold air still clutches your lungs, a persistent souvenir, as you stamp boots clean, snow avalanching onto the mat. Snowmen divorce footwear daily. The hearth's murmur welcomes you back, cinnamon steam rising in curls. The world outside, reduced to window-sized abstraction, still falling, still hushed, still spinning its frozen lace beyond the glass. Your thoughts float unanchored as the blizzard scribbles its wild calligraphy. Across the dusk, heartbeats, slow breath steadies. And for once, silence needs no translation, just the snow's whisper against shingles, steady as a lullaby, endless as night. You click the last latch shut, its worn brass smooth under your thumb, metal sighing into place against the storm's endless cough. Shutters block the window's icy eye, the room dimming, a theater curtain dropping on winter's third act. Medieval German housewives whispered spells while securing their homes, binding bad dreams to fence posts with red thread. But you trust oak planks and good carpentry tonight. The Hoff exhales around you, floorboards settling fire, embers powdering to gray, stone walls hugging stored summer warmth like a secret. Even the hearth's breath softens, its orange grin fading to shy charcoal smiles. You trace a finger through dust on the mantel, drawing a spiral, watching motes swirl, tiny galaxies born and dying between breaths. Downstairs, beneath the uneven fifth stair, the cellar waits, stained oak door slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness licking the hallway. The leftover wine lingers there, bottle half full, burgundy liquid thickening, brewing deeper notes by moonlight's weak leak. 19th century Bavarian vintners claimed wine aged better under castles, insisting the stones remembered royal feasts, though your cellar smells of damp wool and forgotten potatoes. You toe off sheepskin slippers, bare feet meeting floorboards so cold they hiss, like stepping on static-filled TV screens from childhood. Upstairs, the bed yawns, quilts piled high, a fortress against drafts that knife through old window frames. Historians still argue whether Renaissance featherbeds caused early waking, as nobles bounced awake. Or if servants just tattled about sleepy lords missing mass. Your nightshirt, worn thin, clings with wood smoke's perfume despite 3 washes. Pomander oranges studded with cloves tumble from dresser drawers. A tarnished silver bowl holding last December's dried hopes. The cat materializes, leaping onto the quilt throne, kneading with lethal purrs. A furry baroness claiming her fiefdom. Wind scritches the shutters, hidden claws demanding entry, but the Hoff holds firm. Ice weeps down interior walls, salty trails marking cold's path, reminding you tomorrow's chores. You pocket a sprig of thyme from the windowsill, its piney scent clinging, promising sleepy dreams, or at least fewer nightmares about frozen pipes. A creak from the attic, probably just rafters contracting, though your great uncle swore a Reformation era nun haunted the eaves. You never believed him until tonight, when the noise shapes itself into something resembling footsteps. Recipes for courage involve less sherry next time. The bedside candle gutters, tallow pooling, its flame bowing like a weary ballerina. 19th century etiquette manuals insisted ladies snuff candles with silver tongs, not fingers. But yours pinch the wick quick, scorching no skin, but pride. Darkness swells, thick, velvet patient, erasing dresser, mirror, door, until even your hand vanishes inches from your nose. Beneath quilts, cold sheets steal your calves' warmth, a temporary theft, as body heat wages guerrilla war against linen. You curl tighter, nose burrowing into goose down, inhaling decades of sunlit, Chinese letter, and lavender sachets tucked between summers. Some pillow historian once estimated Renaissance peasants shared beds with 4 relatives, 2 livestock, and a leaky roof, making your solo sprawl feel almost criminal. Wind howls a nursery rhyme down the chimney, a dissonant lullaby. The fire's corpse too cool to answer. The cat's purr amplifies, a diesel engine idling on your ribcage, her tail thumping your shin in lazy Morse code, demanding dawn. Down in the cellar, the wine shifts, its surface kissing the bottle's neck, a patient liquid counting minutes until reunion. Tomorrow it'll stain mugs anew, hotter, bolder, its spices deepened by night's quiet algebra. Your eyelids droop, lashes catching on wool blanket fuzz. Blinking becomes a laborious diplomacy between awake and gone. Thoughts fray, unspooling like yarn tugged by kittens. Coherence sacrificed to the bed's warm altar warmth always wins. Half dreams bloom, a parade of spiced steam snakes, dancing cinnamon sticks, smiling oranges rolling across the kitchen floor like benevolent suns. A cloaked figure smelling of pine resin and parchment stirs the wine pot with Orion's sword. It makes sense in the way dreams hold logic hostage. Somewhere a shutter rattles, its plea unanswered. The nun, if she exists, paces louder over your ceiling, maybe rehearsing complaints about damp habits or lack of poltergeist overtime pay. Snow's weight settles, a white comforter tucking in the hoff, its timbered shoulders sagging gratefully under the load. Frozen apples in the orchard dream of July bees, their cores brown fossils waiting for thaw's kindness. The cat sighs, abandons purring, collapses into fur lump metaphysics, her snore a buzzsaw cutting through silence. You envy her talent for surrender, that switch flipped from huntress to hibernation with zero existential dread. Cold air sneaks through a pillow seam nipping your earlobe, a petty grievance swiftly countered by pulling blankets over your head. This cocoon breathes your own used heat, carbon dioxide bouquets, laundry musk, the faintest ghost of cloves trapped in your hair. Beneath the floorboards, the house's veins pulse, hidden water pipes singing low tunes to mice nesting in insulation. Ancient beams groan, recalling tree sap, bird nests, centuries of rain, drumming on leaves, not yet cut into rafters. Sleep rises, an incoming tide, inevitable washing over toes, knees, hips, chest, a warm wave pulling you under. You don't fight. Let spiced dreams carry you, anchorless, into starless waters beyond the Hof, far past the storm's ragged edge tomorrow. But not yet can wait. The last conscious thought dissolves, a sugar cube in wine, sweetness diffusing, until only warmth remains. Outside, in the blizzard's roar, no one hears the cellar's cork stopper tremble ever so slightly as the wine takes its first midnight breath. Your cheek nestles into linen, still holding traces of cloves, cinnamon, wood smoke, dissolved into cotton's embrace. Medieval healers stuffed pillows with lavender, believing it cured nervous dreams, though yours smells of tonight's spilled wine and lazy cat fur. A semi-conscious hand drifts up, tucking the quilt tighter, fingers brushing fabric worn, soft, by decades of restless heads. 17th century, servants secretly hated lavender-stuffed bedding. It attracted moths that devoured wool tapestries. But your pillow offers no such betrayals tonight. Slow breaths deepen, pulling the room's chill into lungs warmed from within, each exhale fogging the darkness. Some Renaissance physicians prescribed earthworm elixirs for insomnia. You briefly pity those patients before sinking deeper into non-wormy comfort. The cat's paw twitches against your calf. She chuns phantom moths in dreamland, her purr reduced to a moth's wing flutter. Historians still debate whether Tudor-era families truly slept sitting upright, fearing dead sleep, or just exaggerated to sound pious. Shutters creak, wind's final argument, fading to whispers, the house flexing its timber bones against the storm's retreat. Your great-uncle's haunted nun seems to have clocked out, leaving only the drip-drip of icicles melting above the eaves. Downstairs, the forgotten wine bottle sweats, its slow fermentation weaving flavors tighter than a black forest cuckoo clocks gears. You wonder if Egyptian kings drank spiced wine before bed, or stuck with boring milk. They did love their nutmeg-dusted goat milk tonics. But that's a tomorrow Google search. One last scent rises, citrus peel ghosting from your hair as your skull settles like a cider apple dipped in caramel. Your knee pops, a tiny percussion marking time's passage, joints surrendering to mattress diplomacy. The cat sighs, sworn enemy of personal space, digging her claws into your thigh through the quilt. Cold drafts map your feet's outline, yet the pillow stays warm, an obedient sun holding its post beneath your ear. Dreams arrive unannounced. Cloaked figures stir honey into starry wine. Orion's belt dangles a ladle over your kitchen hearth. Silent laughter shakes the scene yours, theirs, impossible to tell, as quilt threads fray into vine tendrils climbing stone walls. Clouds of cardamom bloom beneath dream feet each step, releasing smoky sweetness, until even shadows taste like spiced pears poached in burgundy. Outside, snow muffles a branch's surrender, weight snapping, wood somewhere in the orchard's forgotten corners. 3 frozen apples dislodge, plummeting white grave markers for summer's lost sweetness. Your eyelids seal, museum doors closing on consciousness. A velvet rope dropped between you and wakefulness. Breath steadies, pulse slows. The quilt's weight now gravity itself, a pleasant anchor in weightless dark. Wind strangles mid-gust, as if the storm caught its own scarf on a cloud hook. A shutter's rattle dies mid-complaint, like a door slammed inside a dream. Another mystery morning you will ignore. Pillow down shifts, hugging the curve of your neck, a feathery accomplice to silent escape from thoughts or time. Night empties itself, hourglasses frozen dark honey hardening around you, sweet final still. Your little finger twitches, signing an unseen truce with wakefulness before stillness reclaims it. The bed frame groans, one drawn-out note bending under your turn, a ship's timber protesting tides. Even in sleep, you curl toward the wall, where generations carved initials beside candle-blackened stones. The cat abandons her post, slinking toward cooler regions, her tail brushing your ankle like a farewell ribbon. Wine's perfume clings, cloves knitting themselves into your scalp's heat, spiced smoke curling beneath dream's gleaming surface. Winter's teeth retract, no longer biting, just pressing cold muzzles against window panes. Somewhere past the Hoff's stone spine, deeper than cellars, older than oak beams, the earth spins toward dawn. Your mouth loosens, lips slightly parted, the way children sleep after crying, or saints depicted in marble. Snowfall gentles, flakes dissolving midair, a cosmic shrug before silence stakes its claim. Darkness folds inward, warm, forgiving, breathing with you now. The Hoff's walls holding this shared breath like a pact. No stars witness the surrender, no moon spies through shuttered slats, just the wine's slow sigh in its bottle below. Sleep's tide pulls deeper, no dreams left to navigate, anchor stones of thought sinking into silt. The pillow, that spiced conspirator, has won. Your cheek melts deeper into linen, the spice ghosts dissolving into cotton's embrace. Lavender healers and fussy servants fade their moth-eaten dramas, muffled by tonight's quiet. The quilt cradles you, threadbare patches whispering against your wrist, its weight a kind nothingness. Breaths lengthen, drawing winter's air through honey-thick lungs. No worm tonics here, just the cat's purr vibrating through the mattress like distant thunder. Her dreams of moth hunts end, paws softening against your leg, a warm stone forgotten under covers. Shutters settle their creaks, absorbed by snowdrifts. Icicles shed diamond tears onto the sill, each drip singing lower, slower, until silence swallows them whole. Below, the wine bottle hums, its darkened glass cradling flavors that'll steep till dawn. Leave pharaohs to their milk. Tonight belongs to spiced shadows and stolen warmth. Citrus lingers in your hair, blurring into pillow down's musk. Your knee sighs, a faint protest lost in down feathers. Even the cat concedes her claws, retracting, a shadow seeking colder floors. Frost sketches window panes, yet beneath it all the pillow stays loyal, radiating stolen sun. Dreams blur figures without faces, stirring star-bright liquid in copper pots. Laughter chimes unclaimed as quilts unravel into ivy-climbing moonlit stone. Cardamom pods burst underfoot, each step a smoky sigh, until darkness tastes like wine-steeped pears. Snow muffles the world-buried apples, yielding to the cold's inevitable claim. Your eyelids grow heavy velvet curtains drawn against consciousness. Breath becomes tide, pulse slows to a widow's clock, each beat softer than the last. The storm stills mid-breath, choked by its own frozen scarf. Even the house settles, timbers sighing into centuries-old slumber. Feathers shift, nestling your neck, a conspirator guiding you beyond thought, beyond hours measured. Darkness thickens, warm as fresh bread, forgiving as a shared blanket. Walls hold your breath like a vow no stars intrude here. The wine's sigh joins your own, a final thread tying you to wakefulness, then snapping. Sleep's current pulls, anchorless thoughts dissolving like salt in warm broth. The pillow cradles your surrender spiced and certain its victory absolute. Hush now, drift, the world waits beyond this velvet hush. Let silence stitch the seams, let go, go gone.